Welcome to our last day. Today, topic, as you see in the agenda, genomic selection or genomic prediction. We are quickly going through a pre-presentation of reducing breeding cycle time because this is basically what we always talk about when we talk about GS. You should use it to reduce the breeding cycle time. As I said, this is kind of a precursor only. I don't want to go too much into details here, too much into discussion. A lot of that is not even really QG related. There are a couple of ways you're already using to reduce the breeding cycle time. Cover a couple of definitions. However, we thought it's important to have it before we really go into how you do it if you come to the pro stage, how you reduce the breeding cycle time when you use GS. It is on and it just worked, and now it's not working anymore. Okay. So, well, you've seen that a couple of times. That's what we went through. Again, genome-assisted methods. What we're going to talk about afterwards is basically GS, and we use it to reduce this should rather be called reduction of the breeding cycle time because it doesn't necessarily be early recycling, but we will see that now. So how do we do that? If we efficiently want to reduce, well, I'm still saying here generation interval. Eduardo and I just had a quick discussion, and we'll see in a bit that these terms are still open for discussion. There's a lot of terminology that we use, like in all the other topics, that is not very clear, that everyone uses. No one is really sure about what that actually means. And 5 minutes ago, we decided that generation interval may not be the best term in plant breeding. But again, in one slide, we see that, and we can discuss that. Breeding cycle time probably is a better word here. Now, how do we efficiently reduce breeding cycle time? If we look at our breeder's equation again, that is the key to everything we talk about, it's actually relatively easy. So when we compare different breeding schemes, different breeding programs, we can more or less assume that selection intensity and the genetic variance, or actually the genetic standard deviation, more or less stays the same. So what we really want to achieve is reduce the breeding cycle time. And however, the problem that we encounter is that very often there's a trade-off between the cycle length and selection accuracy. So if you want to select really, really early, there's little information available and our accuracy drops. So what we need to do is we need to increase this ratio of accuracy over generation interval, which means if we manage to reduce the breeding cycle length, we need to make sure that our accuracy doesn't massively drop. We still need a good, decent accuracy here to make recycling of new parents. So now we're coming to the different definitions that actually we have used already over the last 1.5, 2 years with you. And again, I think it's a good time point to discuss with you if you agree of your different understandings of that. Because again, my impression is there's nothing in the literature, no one really defines what these are. There's a suggestion coming from us to simplify communication, but again, at the moment, it's just a suggestion. So what is a generation? A generation is, I think, a bit complicated in plants because there can be generation of progeny without any recombination really, which makes it hard. If we think about humans, every new generation comes from a new recombination, and then we talk about a generation. In plant, this is different. We can self our plants, we can clone our plants, we talk about generations, but there's no real genetic improvement. So we would say that a generation is kind of a completion of a plant life cycle with production of progeny, but this progeny does not necessarily have to be in a new breeding cycle. So this may include evaluation, selection, and advancement, but it doesn't necessarily have to, because we can be in a rapid advanced generation stage where we just take, I don't know, one plant as an SSD, self again, and move on without doing any recombination, without doing any selection, without doing any advancement. So we would argue that this in plants is a generation, but it's kind of different from generations in other organisms like animals, humans, whatever. And again, this is what we see here. So you can have 2 generations per year. Now we always talk about stages, and stage is one of these terms where I don't actually really know what it's supposed to be. There's something happening. There's some evaluation happening. Well, the question then, we talk about stages, but it kind of seems obvious that where we put our material in the field to test it, that we refer to that as a stage. But is only that a stage? Are these already stages? This is actually a question to you, how you deal it. And when I've put up these other 2 definitions, I'd be happy to hear your thoughts on that. But this is a very, very vague term that we use, and everyone thinks like, well, we all got a good understanding, but what it actually is, it's, again, I don't think it's well defined. Now we're coming to the breeding cycle and to the reason why we think a breeding cycle in plants is different from a generation interval, or, well, generation interval is not a suitable term here. So breeding cycle is the average age of the parents at birth of their offspring from the population crossing block. So which means we have this 5-year cycle, we have some parents here that we cross, and then it takes 5 years of evaluation until we select and put parents from this generation, or from this pool, from this germplasm back to the crossing block. So this breeding cycle, again, in the definition we see in humans and animals, this would be a generation, but then it kind of clashes with the definition of generation here. So we have to be really cautious about how we use our words. It's, again, plants seems to be a special field and complicate a couple of things. But this is the thing we're actually interested in, the time from having some genetic material here and crossing it to recycling. This is what we actually want to reduce. And then we're talking about these cohorts constantly with you, which basically just is, well, these generations tracing back to a crossing block, which means within a breeding cycle, you can, well, every year you could make a crossing, and then you again put it in the field, and you go through the same kind of sequence of generations and stages a couple of times until you reach the stage where you select parents and go back. So you don't only have like one run through the cycle, but you have 5 runs through the cycle. So again, these are suggestions. These are something that we discuss to simplify communication. And again, this question goes now out to you. Do you agree? Do you have concerns? Do you have different ideas that would suit better? Again, it's important, I think, that we realized over the last couple of months and years that communication becomes difficult if there's no clear terminology, and that this is clearly missing. So any thoughts about this, or happy, or you realize you never thought about that either and you don't really bother? All good, happy with it?
Yeah, I think from my point of view, I think we agree the breeding cycle and the cohort. So the breeding cycle and cohort is I think it makes sense a lot, and the generation might be so for plant it means start from planting to harvesting, right? So probably this is also what you mean a plant life cycle.
Exactly.
Yeah. So for a stage, yeah, for sure. I think that might be the most. I mean, the term which have the most less distribution, or most confusions. So yeah, that's.
Okay, thanks, Shafei. You got it, Elisa?
It's not clear to me what exactly the moment where you finalize the cycle 0, because the final parentals you need to use for the next cycle of recombination were from, which is the final parents for you using the cycle 1. You understand? Because I understand that you, for cohort 1, 2, 3, you're in the first stage, you select the best with the molecular markers, right? And you send to the crosses, and you started to evaluate, and again. But finally, for the cycle 1, who are the founder parents?
Yeah. If there's no other comments, I'll move on, because this is something that I guess we haven't thought about for a while what's actually happening. So I got this animation here that hopefully makes clear what is happening and why we talk about this cycle 0, which has like these five crossing events, and then only after 5 years we move to cycle 1, which is then only the next generation, the breeding cycle. So let's assume we're starting a breeding program from scratch. We have nothing in the field so far. We walked a bit around, collected some founders that look useful. We crossed them and generated an F1. So this happened in the first year. And this is, well, the distribution of the F1 that we observe. Now we start from scratch. We move to the next year. And what happens is we're not going to select parents here. So we're still having the same crossing block here. So in the second year, well, we create a new F1, and our F1 is advanced to F2. But there's no improvement. It's still the same genetic material. We have to fill up our breeding pipeline. And it's still the same distribution. And if we, again, move on one generation, it's the same thing until we finally select parents. So there will be, until year 5, if we select at F5, we assume there's one generation per year. What will happen is we use the same crossing block to create our new F1 5 times, and there will be no real generation improvement. This is one single breeding cycle. This is why we say this is cycle 0, this is where we start from, and it's all the same genetic material. Now we come to the interesting point where we select our parents here. We are at F5, we have enough information, we have tested in a couple of environments, we feel comfortable to identify our next parents. So what happens now is we generate a new breeding cycle, an advanced generation. This is new genetic material. This is the F5 material here that was recycled now, and it consists of a new crossing block. Now the issue is we continue exactly like this. We don't need to fill up our breeding pipeline anymore, but what's in here is still the same material. So for another 4 years after that, there is no improvement. There's still the same genetic material recycled. What happens is, well, we will now, every year, we will recycle parents. So we will put new parents from every year's F5 back to the crossing block, but all these parents come from the same background. They all come from the same crossing. So there's no real improvement. We will find better individuals because every year we're starting a new sampling process, but the sampling process traces back to the same genetic, to the same cycle, to the same genetic resource. And, this is the big issue because for a total of 5 years, there will be no real genetic improvement, no real input of new crossing material, no real new input of reshuffled genes. And this is going to move on for the rest of your life if you don't improve, for the rest of the life of the breeding program if you do not reduce the breeding cycle time, which means selecting parents at an earlier stage, or in general at an earlier time point. And again, if you look back at what's happening, these are exactly these cohorts. These trace back to the same genetic material until you finally, the cross you did in the first cohort moves on to the stage where you select parents and you start a new breeding cycle. So you have, again, in terms of plant breeding, you have a couple of generations because you're creating new progeny here and have a couple of new crossings. But these crossings are the same genetic material. Now that makes sense. Maria, please, do we have microphones over there?
I suggest that you just, when you are going to the new crossing block, it means that you are generating new segregation in the population. So if we add that term, maybe we can understand, because it's not really that we are not advancing, but we don't have the potential to advance because there are not new recombination and new segregation between the options that we have in the crossing blocks. So.
Well, what actually happens is you're not really advancing, because if you think about it like this, so you could have one single cohort per generation per breeding cycle. You see, I'm still struggling with it as well. Per breeding cycle, which means you start the process of crossing and you go through all the different years without the other cohorts before you move to the next one. Or you can do it like this with a new cohort every year. But what happens in both cases is, because you're still using the same genetic material from the same population, the gain looks a bit like this. It improves when you have your new crossing, and then it stays more or less stable. What would happen here is actually, because you recycle better parents, you redo the sampling process from your population. Every year it might increase a bit, but you won't see this bit. This bit here, this real increase from one breeding cycle to the next, is only happening between breeding cycles. So you might still, I wouldn't call that improvement, it's just, you're sampling again and again, and it's a bit similar, like assume you have 50 crosses. Well, you have 50 crosses here every year, 5 times. So you're 5 times sampling from 50 crosses. It's not exactly the same, but you could also say, we don't do that 5 times, we do it once and do 250 crosses. It's kind of the similar sampling process. This one is better because you're making better use of G by E interaction, you're testing in more years, so this pays off, but in theory, we encounter the same issue. There's no population improvement, and although this might increase a bit, this actual improvement jump from one cycle to the next is not happening before we achieve the stage where the new parents from the cross are selected.
Christian, can I add something
yes,
very
please.
quick? If you can go to the next figure. And the reason why you don't see the genetic gain like these red lines, like in steps, is because you mix your crossing blocks, right? At some point after cycle 1, when you started your breeding program, let's say in cycle 2, you start to take some individuals from stage 1, some from stage 2, and some from stage 3. What that creates is that it dilutes, this trend like in stairs. It actually creates like a straight line. But in essence, the rate of genetic gain is the same. So actually, mixing the crossing blocks do not necessarily increase per se the genetic gain if the levels of accuracy in the breeding cycle in the different stages are the same. So that's why, there's nothing wrong with what we're doing. What we're just trying to clarify is the concepts. So we're just trying to see why, when we talk about reducing the breeding cycle, what are we referring to? That just because you have a mixed crossing block, that also is not reducing necessarily the breeding cycle. Of course, it depends. If you were recycling always from stage 3, and now you're recycling from some stage 1 and stage 2, okay, yes, that is reducing the breeding cycle. But somehow, just if you think in these terms of cohorts and mixing crossing blocks, I mean, even here, with a multiple cohorts per breeding cycle, there could be mixed of crossing blocks, and the only thing that it's going to do is not to increase the rate of gain. It's just going to, instead of look like a stair, it looks like a line, and that's it. Chris?
Yeah, thank you. And as Eduardo said, what's very important, there's nothing wrong with it if we run a phenotypic program where we just don't have a lot of information in early stages. There is no other way to do that. This is what we're kind of like, what we have to do, because it takes a while until we can select parents accurately and with good information. But this describes the issue of the breeding cycle time and why we should reduce it and why it is so powerful to reduce it. Because if you manage to halve it, you're going to this point after 2 or 3 cohorts, and then after another 2 or 3 cohorts, you're here. So you're, as the breeder's equation suggests, if you halve the generation interval, you're doubling your gain. There are interactions. In reality, it's not exactly like this. It's not linear, but this exactly describes the issue. And I think often, including me, we thought about this, well, it makes absolute sense. Reducing the generation interval, the breeding cycle time, makes sense to make more gain. But what it actually means in terms of these cohorts and that you're 5 times recycling from the same material, that, well, until a while wasn't really clear to me that there is hardly any improvement for a couple of years, that there's some improvement due to better sampling or more sampling, but there's no real cycle improvement. There's no real crossing block improvement until we move to the next breeding cycle and the next crossing event.
One question.
Yes, please.
What happened with the final products for the nurse and the farmers? Because we are produce families in order to evaluate, but we continue the evaluation. We continue the evaluation for the final products, the elite clones. The elite clones is to send to the nurse and farmers, right? But this material, not we are not used it like a parents. It's true?
Yes. Well, I'm not entirely sure if I got the question, but well, what happens, or what we're looking at here, is what we refer to and what the donors want, the population improvement bit. Our breeding program doesn't stop here, right? There's other stages that follow. We don't only identify parents, we also identify candidate varieties, and this is what we move on to, well, different environments, maybe the partners which are tested all over our TPE and which at some point then become candidate varieties. As we described or become varieties. As we described yesterday in the selection index session, however, your best varieties that you disseminate, that you produce and disseminate here are not necessarily your best parents. And also, well, if you select varieties as parents, you're adding even more time and your breeding cycle becomes longer. So, well, this is just, again, the population improvement where you want to make sure that the material that you create to produce new varieties gets here, the new crosses get here as quickly as possible. And then you have an improved population to choose your variety candidates from and move them to your field experiments. Well,
the parents is the F5 in the first
not the
cycle.
F5 are the parents, but we select our parents from F5. So the F5 might contain 100 individuals, but we select the 20 best parents and put them back in our crossing block.
Okay, we need to understand that after the 5 year, immediately is closed the first cycle, and I started the next cycle of recombination.
Well, this is in the example here. What we need to understand here is that if we select at F5, there's 5 years of no improvement.
Right.
So what we want to do is to move this bit where we select our parents, well, in the most extreme and optimal case, to F1, where we might predict it.
Yeah.
If we don't use GS, we're not able to predict it, but we're going to get to how to reduce this time interval. now. But the important point is we're using a lot of time here until improvement of the population happens, and therefore the reduction of the time point when we select parents has to be a key objective for us. So we don't get stuck here. We will move on to the next improvement stage, like here.
Because Elisa's crop is a clonal crop, so she just does a crossing block and then they advance with the clone. Yes? So she doesn't goes up to F5, or yes? Do you go up to F5? No.
Oh yeah, she stays at F1, but it's just cloning.
Yeah.
Her breeding cycle is
But,
quite short.
well, this is obviously like a representation of line breeding program, but it doesn't make a difference because you still need several testing years until you have information to select your parents. It's the years, as you see here, yeah. The time it takes until you can recycle. So, again, I wanted to go through this now quickly because, well, the concept is important. It provides a foundation for GS. This is, well, the low-hanging fruit, how you can get through it, not necessarily QG topics, and some of it you're already doing. So how can we reduce the breeding cycle time? 2 ways: only use new parents, no old parents, and faster recycling of new parents. Well, the first one, the use of only new parents, is something that Doc has talked about. And I think it now becomes obvious that if we use parents from older populations, from older breeding cycles, that we're getting stuck in this leveled bit and we're not making much progress. So we tend to ignore that when we talk about reducing the generation interval. Sorry, again, because it's here the breeding cycle time, that actually removal of old parents is the easiest way to do that, to achieve that. Only select parents from your new improved generations and recycle them so you don't have any outdated material. No germplasm from former generations or breeding cycles. No massively used parents because they're probably really old, although they seem to be good. They're from old generations, from old breeding cycles. No successful varieties because varieties take way too long until we have data on them. They're old. No old material. This is a very first important and very simple step, very easy to establish. Now we're coming to the point where we already use parents that are only selected from our most recent and improved genetic material. How do we do that? Basically 2 strategies. One is rapid generation advancement, and one is earlier testing. So, well, rapid generation advancement, or however you want to call it, some people call it speed breeding. They're, well, probably again different terms how to refer to it, which more or less seem the same or mean the same. We want to reach the stage of parent selection in shorter time. Now in the example you saw, we needed 5 years to get to stage F5. If we can have multiple stages or multiple generations per year using greenhouses, winter nurseries, and if we on top of that can reduce the interval from sowing to planting, which again now we refer to as a generation, to maximize the number of stages or generations per year, then we can get to that point faster in time. We're not selecting at an earlier stage, but we're getting to that stage quicker, and therefore we're reducing the breeding cycle time in terms of years. And some of you are already doing that, or most of you are already doing that, and this, again, is not a QG topic. This is very obvious. If you just can advance quicker, you're getting to that point quicker. The second thing, obviously, is early stage testing or prediction and selection. So, well, we saw now that if we get to stage F5 quicker, we can select there quicker, but can we already select at stage F3? And this is then the other thing. We change the stage we're selecting at. Now this is a bit more complicated because we need accurate information on these key traits at these stages. when you think about it in terms of a traditional or conventional phenotype-driven program, there are a couple of challenges coming with it, because you may require increased multiplication resources, you need higher testing capacity, you optimally should go to more testing environments to actually get an idea of the performance within the TPE. This is really challenging. GS is actually less challenging because you're getting all these information from later stages, you're creating your training population, and then you're predicting. You're not testing anymore, you're selecting based on predictions. And again, this is the key QG topic here and the key strategy at the very end of the optimization process of your program we suggest, and this is where we're getting to now. So I suggest a quick 5 minutes for you to grab a coffee and for me to upload the presentation for you, and then we move on, but please make it 5 minutes and not 15, because then we're running out of time and I won't be able to answer all your questions, and I know you're very excited.
And go for the small trip, so let's be on time. So 9:10, we should be back. Exactly. Please make the interval shorter as you can.
I noticed you changed the terms from what I put.
program. This is quite of a long presentation. So depending on the amount of questions we want to answer, I'm not sure if we get through it or not. It depends. However, the important stuff is at the beginning. There are some extras at the end which are not well, necessarily important, so let's rather focus on a couple of questions. If we, again, don't make it through the whole thing, that's not a problem. But in case everything is immediately clear, we will have some stuff at the end. Again, GS is going to be our top tool to reduce the breeding cycle time. It has a couple of other advantages. We're going to see all that, but this is basically, if you want to achieve this as efficiently as possible, you will need this. Now, let's assume we're in a situation where you've already applied everything we talked about the last couple of days. We optimize our field trials. We're using the best surrogate of genetic value to select and advance our material. We combine these surrogates in an index to select all traits at the same time. We reduce our generation or the breeding cycle time based on how I just quickly explained it. We optimized our crossing strategies with regard to numbers, individuals per cross, number of parents, number of crosses you do. How can you further improve this? And, well, this is where genomic selection comes in, where you have the opportunity based on marker information and trained marker information to further optimize a couple of these opportunities to run a more efficient breeding program. So very quickly, what can we expect from GS? Well, this sentence, you often read it in papers and it's a bit, well, sometimes I tend to think it sounds a bit pathetic, but it actually is a tool to revolutionize the selection process. Why is that the case? First of all, it adds an extra layer of information that we didn't have access to before, which is information, marker information that is very close to the actual genes in our genome, and that is very close to the cause of what causes the phenotype. And now the very interesting thing that comes with GS is it can decouple selection from phenotyping. We don't need the phenotypes in the field anymore to define how well our individuals would do as a parent or as a potential candidate variety. We can predict that based only on this extra layer of information that we get from using a marker array, from using GBS, from using whatever genotyping platform we decide to use. So it does actually, compared to how plant breeding worked the last thousands of years, it does revolutionize it. What it won't do is it won't change your job, because you still need to do the selections. I won't do that for you. I just give you some information. This information is a bit better. You can get this information a bit earlier, but you have to make the decisions. It also will not reduce the phenotyping that we need to make these decisions. Often there is a misconception that GS is going to replace phenotyping. Well, it might in very early stages where the information is not very good, and GS predictions are just better, but remember that we need to train a model, and this model is trained on phenotypic information. So if we start collecting phenotypes, our model will become bad and we can't predict anymore. We will also see later that, well, often the approach some groups want to take is just cut out one stage and reduce the cycle time by removing a stage or reducing the time until a variety is put on the market by cutting out that stage. That very often is not a good idea, because this stage gives you phenotypic information and we need this information to train our model. We're going to see what are better strategies to use GS. A very brief overview of terminology again, because again we're having here a very confusing collection of terms which might mean the same or might mean anything different. Well, genomic selection, genomic prediction, whole genome prediction, whole genome regression. These are very, very often used synonymously. Well, some people might want to use them differently, but in general, if you read any of these in the literature, they mean more or less the same thing. They might have different detailed implications, but they're all going at the same idea of using marker data, combining it with phenotypic information and improving our selection based on that. Now, Marley talked about that, though I'll be quick here. The difference between gplub, which is genomic blub, and rich regression blub, they're kind of the same thing. They're using different approaches to come to the same result, and the results are very, very similar. Technically speaking, a blub is a method or a property. Well, it's not a method, it's a property. We refer to it as a method. It means best linear unbiased prediction. So this is a property of a predictor. However, it has become a common way to refer to it as a method. The gplub estimates relationship effects based on marker relationship, though this is where we use the markers to create a genomic relationship matrix. The rich regression blub estimates these individual marker effects, and then we sum them up and come to a prediction. So this kind of blub is a sum of the marker effects, and this is again, I think the more intuitive way, at least for me, to think about it, it's partial replicates, because we identify the relationship, the connection between individuals through our GRM, and we can borrow information from these individuals. But again, you can do whatever you want to do. It comes to the same result, at least to the same prediction results. The gplub performs better when you have more markers than individuals, and then you put the markers into a GRM. This works better when you have more individuals than markers, then you're predicting the markers. But these are computational things. Again, eventually it's giving you the same output. Now, we saw that, well, we want to use GS when we try to further optimize our breeding program once we have optimized everything we can do in a phenotypic framework. What are the things we can do? Accuracy is probably the thing we most often think about when we talk about GS. And well, it makes sense. It gives us more information. Using marker information due to these shared relationships, due to these relationships and the sharing of information, we can make better and optimized selections. Well, selection intensity, that is something that you often still read about. You can test at higher capacity. You don't need to put everything in the field anymore. You could put some in the field. You could put nothing in the field and just genotype your material. However, we have heard that many, many times. That's something that Gary always talks about. The size does not scale linearly when it comes to gain. So, well, Dawkins has talked about these kind of optimal numbers that give you a good balance between, well, the resources you have to invest and the gain you get. And, well, I would say if possible, it's more reasonable to try to get to these numbers that we have identified, these range of numbers that identify to work well, and not use GS for that. You can address the genetic variants. There are optimized crossing strategies like optimal cross selection. This is pretty advanced, and I think this still needs here and there a bit of research how to actually put that into a practical breeding program, though we're not going to talk about this. But because the marker information gives you information about your diversity, about your inbreeding in your population, you can make use of that and include this in your crossing decisions. One thing that I think Doc has mentioned was what's it called? This criterion. Now I have The usefulness, exactly, the usefulness criterion, where you predict the variance of a cross as well, additional to the mean. So having markers make that a bit easier because you can predict the expected segregation based on the markers. And again, the most important thing, reducing the time, reducing the breeding cycle time. And again, we're coming back to that point where doing this really requires that our accuracy at the stage where we want to select parents is high enough. So GS, the most powerful way to use GS is the reduction of the recycling time, but to achieve that, GS needs to make sure, or we need to make sure using GS that the accuracy at that stage is high enough to do that, and we get that improved ratio of accuracy over time. I'm going to share 2 animal breeding examples with you, just because I'm still not aware of any long-term data from plant breeding. I'm sure there is. With regard to GS, the industry does have it, they use it, but they don't, as you know, don't openly talk about it. A lot of animal breeding programs are publicly, the data is publicly available and they share what's happening. So very quickly what you actually see is that, well, here it's this purple line, which is some kind of performance index in animal breeding. Here's an index in a pig breeding program, and we see these vertical lines here. Until these vertical lines, what happened is these animal breeding program, the dairy cattle program here in the Netherlands, one of the biggest ones, and the biggest pig breeding program in the world, they used, well, they already used plubs. They used the pedigree plubs that have been used in animal breeding for decades already to improve their populations and to improve better semen, better animals to produce meat or milk or whatever. These horizontal lines in both pictures show the point where they started to use genomic selection, and you can see that there is some increase here, some more or less linear increase, and here you get this jump, and then there's a linear increase. Well, they claim these were 60% increase due to GS here, and there's a 35% increase due to GS here. The very interesting things here are, I think, that they used GS in different ways. So in dairy cattle, the biggest problem was the generation. Here it's clearly the generation interval. So the time from generating a single animal, which might be a bull, testing this animal based on, well, progeny performance until you at some point have information if it might be a good sperm donor or not, and then you can recycle it. Genomic selection helped to massively reduce the generation interval by allowing to make these selections earlier, to predict the performance and to use this predicted performance as a selection criterion. There was a penalty on accuracy here because, well, if you have many progeny and can use the actual data to infer the performance, this is still more accurate than predicting it based on all the relatives that have been around before. But this penalty on accuracy was more than outbalanced by the massively reduced generation interval. So there was a benefit. So in pigs, my understanding is that the generation interval is already close to a biological limit. So what they wanted to do here is increase selection accuracy compared to a pedigree plub, to increase the accuracy of the individual when you select it, and therefore they used massive amount of resources to genotype the whole breeding program, create a training population, and then do this year by year again and predict the performance. So again, that showed that there are different ways how to address the issues in your breeding program using the breeder's equation. This is probably, again, the most important way to do it in plants. But there is a benefit of accuracy, especially in early stages, that you also can use for your advancement. Now, a bit of I think, intuitive theoretical background, how, well, where GS comes from and how it actually works. So we're looking at the pedigree-based prediction first that animal breeders used to do in the past. And this is a classic example of animal breeding. You have a sire, which is a popular sperm donor, and you cross it with 3 dams, with 3 different dams. Each of these dams creates a new dam, and you, well, have 3 progeny. You cross it again with a new improved sire now. These are half sips, coming to the same outcome, while you're crossing these ones with, again, a new improved sire, and then there's some progeny you're interested in. Now this is, well, a typical pedigree. In animal breeding, obviously, it's a bit bigger. You have way more information of relationships, less related individuals, a lot of shared information. But what is the key question now here is that animal breeders had to struggle with what's the milk performance of these bulls. And that's obviously a hard thing because they don't produce milk. Now, it's very unlikely that a dam has twins, but it happens. Now, imagine you have these twins. They're not what they call, they're not unique twins. They come from different sperm of this donor, and that means they have different genetic composition. And at that point, you don't know which one to choose, because if you calculate your pedigree relationship matrix or numerator relationship matrix, this is what you get. Now let's look at how the relationships are constructed in here. The first bit is this top here, all the different sires and the first 3 dams. These ones, sire 1, 2, 3, and the first 3 dams. We don't know where they're coming from. So there's no relationship information available between them. This is why there's all zeros here. There's no shared information. The further we move on in this pedigree, we get information about relationship. Well, there's parents, there are grandparents, there are half-siblings, there are cousins, and so on. So this is here, where there is information about how related individuals are and how much information they would share. The interesting thing now are these bulls, because they all trace back to the same expected relationships, which means we cannot differentiate between them. They all have the same relationship with all other individuals. And if we try to predict a value here, they get the same blub. They receive the same blub, which means they both might be good or bad, but we don't know which one is better, which one is the better one to produce cows to produce milk. Now this is now where genomic selection comes in. And well, I'm sure you're all very familiar with how it works. We're going to make a very brief recap. We start from a training population where we have individuals with phenotypes, and we take their genetic information. And this helps us to train a statistical model which basically calculates either marker effects or relationship effects, again, depending if you do a rich regression plot or a genomic plot. But it uses the correlation between performance and the marker profile. Now the benefit that comes from that is you could take just from seedlings, plant them in a greenhouse, take some DNA, and then you can calculate some kind of genomic estimated genetic value. This also might be the genomic estimated breeding value or whatever kind of plot you need in your breeding program to estimate and make a selection of individuals or parents. So you're combining the marker information from your untested material with this from related material in your training model, and you can make a prediction here. Now, based on these predictions, you can do two nice things. One is you can select new parents and recycle very, very quickly. So optimally, if you have a powerful training population, you can do that as soon as you made a cross and your seedling grows, and you can identify the next best parents. The other thing that you will do is you can use this to pass on material to your field trials. Again, in very early generations where you have little information, for example, in a clonal breeding program where you create seedlings, you only have one seedling, you have many of them in the field, you could genotype them, and your prediction based on the related material will be better than evaluating these individual seedlings. So you can make a pre-selection and move them on to your field trials. Now again, as I said, these field trials will generate your varieties, and it's very important that at this point we start phenotyping again. We don't remove the phenotyping layer because we need that to put it back in our model. We always need the most recent data to put it back in our training model and make sure this is very much up to date. Now this is the population improvement component, which again is what we primarily try to address with GS, reduce the breeding cycle time. This is the product development. There's some advantage of genomic selection for the product development, but again, we will see that later. In later stages, you would use your actual data that you have collected over many years and many environments, because if you collect a lot of data, it will still be more powerful and better than your prediction. But at early stages, your prediction is really, really, really good. Now, again, what we need here to calculate something like a pedigree or relationship are markers. This is what we normally get when we send our individuals to a service provider who uses a chip to genotype them. You get these marker or these allele calls, which tells you, well, this is homozygous for one of the alleles, this is homozygous for the other allele, and this is heterozygous. And you get that for each genotype for, well, I don't know, a couple of hundred or a couple of thousand SNPs. You now can, just by using very simple matrix algebra, use it to calculate a correlation or covariance between these individuals, which then gives your genomic relationship matrix. And again, if you run the calculations, if you want to do the predictions, it's more or less the same. I again find this a bit more intuitive because it comes very close to where GS actually comes from, where the idea comes from, how related are individuals. And if we then go back to our animal example, this is what we end up with now. We still don't know where these individuals come from, who are their parents, their grandparents, and so on. But we have marker information to see how much of these marker alleles they have in common. And we get now these numbers for their relationship. The same here is that we have these two bulls which trace back to the same pedigree, but we now can actually look at the individual relationships of, well, bull 1, for example, to dam 8, and bull 2 to dam 8, and it's different. So we now can get the detailed information we need to make a selection here and decide which would be the better bull. And this is something I'm going to repeat again and again. These are just partial replicates. It shows how much information, for example, dam 7 here can borrow from dam 8. And you can, well, get this information and add it, and you have this information from many, many individuals at different relationships. And as we have seen on Tuesday, I think, in the field trials, in the field trial example within GRM, this borrowing of information from all the other individuals is really, really powerful. The other thing we see is that we have negative values here. And this is something we shouldn't really bother about. It just, well, it doesn't work like the traditional pedigree matrix anymore. This becomes now a bit technical, but the pedigree matrix traces back to a founder population, and the GRM will always look at the whole population that you're working with, which results in different values. So the reference point for the pedigree are the founders. The reference point here is the mean of the population. And you're comparing these relationships to the mean relationship of the population. This is why you have negative relationships. You can scale it differently. You can transform these matrices to make them, to give you different kind of information, but it's still, regardless of if these are only positive or positive and negative values and how it's scaled and how it's transformed, you get a number that tells you something about how related individuals are. And now just a quick conceptual overview why the pedigree matrix is of very limited use for animal for plant breeding. So the animal breeders, when they started to infiltrate plant breeding and share their knowledge, they would tell you, well, use a numerator relationship matrix, do it how we did, and you can improve your predictions. And it's not wrong, but the benefit we get, again, is very limited and different from how the animal breeders were able to use it. So let's look at this example again of a cross between a sire and a dam. The outcome in, 98 or 99% of the cases is one individual. There are a couple of other animal species, pigs, I think it's, something like 10 individuals per litter. In dogs, if you do dog breeding, it might be a bit more. If you do cat breeding, it's a bit more. But in general, the number of progeny you get from a cross is very limited. So the issue with that is there's only one individual to select from, and there's limited information for a very long time. It's not like in plants where we put our individuals in the field or the greenhouse and we potentially can have information within a couple of months. It takes quite a while, a lot of months to years, until we can actually collect information on the traits we're interested in. Well, the long generation intervals are also coming into play, and well, this is a very critical selection decision. If you decide to, for example, use a certain sire as the next sperm donor, this sire is going to give sperm to, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000, millions of individuals worldwide. And for a breeding company, this is critical. If they produce something that doesn't work well and they sell it to many people worldwide and it messes it up, they're not going to buy there anymore. It might lead to bankruptcy. It's a bit different in plants because we get many, many individuals per cross. We can get information on all the descendants very quickly. Well, again, we know in early stages it is a logistical issue, but theoretically you could properly phenotype all of them in very, very short time, in much shorter time than you do it here, and then you could select between these. So if you have information very, very quickly, if you invest all your resources in getting a lot of information as quickly as possible, you can make short generation intervals. In theory, you could, even without any information, after a couple of months, here you have to wait until they reach maturity, which takes a lot longer. And the selection, I would say, is, well, it's somewhat critical for the population improvement, but there's always further testing. So in comparison to animal breeding, we're making more use here of the sampling process just by generating a lot of progeny that we put in a field and testing them across many, many years. We can make good decisions. And if, well, we do if we make a mediocre or bad selection decision in one of the families within 1 year, well, there's still in the next year enough material to select from and still make progress. So it's not as limited as it is here. We have a bigger buffer for a bit of failure to still make progress. And another important difference now is, well, because we only have one individual here, this is basically a family selection. We're selecting the family which creates the best progeny. Here we're interested in the individuals. We are creating families with a lot of individuals per family, and we want to identify the best individual within that family. So if we use, again, the traditional blob and we only have one individual, all these information coming from the relatives will give us a good estimate, mean estimate or average estimate of this individual, and we might select it or not. But if we get the same prediction or the same blood value for 150 individuals here, that doesn't help us much because we want to select within them. And therefore, well, the numerator or pedigree relationship matrix, which gives us this family information, the mean performance of a cross with a lot of information and very reliable, is, well, not the most helpful one. There are situations where it might be helpful if you think about, well, a pedigree breeding program and you select based on families. You can exploit the family information a bit better. Also, including the numerator relationship matrix is probably not going to result in any disadvantage, but the advantage we get from it compared to animal breeding is very limited, and therefore, although it sounds tempting, well, if you think about GS and you say, well, at the moment I don't have a lot of money to run that, but can we use the pedigree? Yeah, we can, but there won't be a lot of benefit from it. It's nothing that you can compare to genomic selection, and the expectations you should have of that are relatively low. Again, it's for free. You just need the information and you can calculate it, but it's not what you would get with genomic selection. So what are the benefits? I said that, well, with genomic prediction, you can, well, what you do here, let's go back. This is the family mean that you predict, and here with GS, you predict the family mean and the so-called Mendelian sampling term, which just means the difference between the individual and the average marker profile or the average performance. With GS, you can predict that Mendelian sampling term as, again, let's go back as we saw here, because you get that individual information on marker profiles and on relationship. And this allows you to select between these individuals. So the pedigree matrix only predicts the family means. Genomic prediction predicts the family means and the Mendelian sampling term. So this is the powerful thing about GS that we don't have when we do pedigree-based relationships. Now there's a couple of other benefits, which is not really a benefit of genomic prediction, which is a benefit of marker data in general. We can look at our population structure, which sometimes gives us a good idea about, well, how diverse is it? If we want to move to a hybrid breeding program, it can be a nice starting point to identify if there's already a bit of a clustering that we might use as a starting point for pools. It also gives us information about marker heterozygosity or homozygosity, so we might be able to identify some dominance patterns, and calculate if dominance is important for a trait or not. And as we also saw that, well, if we talk about genomic prediction, it's really the prediction of things, but we can use it in field trials to not really predict, but to optimize our selection. And well, I said this already, that pedigree-based blobs has very limited means. So before we look at how we now can use GS to address the components of the breeder's equation to improve our breeding program, are there any questions about, well, the superficial theoretical background, how it actually works, what it does, why it works so well, anything that you, well, like to ask or would like to add? No questions? All clear? Last day, everyone is tired? Okay, guys, please put on your face masks.
Can you hear me? Yeah. My question, Chris, what will be the meaning? I mean, when you, some minutes ago, you showed us the GRM, right? An example. But, I mean, the elements on the diagonal, I mean, do they have a meaning? It's like a variance?
Well, they do have a meaning.
No, the other one, the last one. The next one. Can you go to the next?
Yep.
No. The other one.
Well, which other one? This one.
This one.
This one.
This one, yeah, that one. The genomic relationship matrix. The elements on the diagonal. I mean, is this the variance covariance, right? Because
yeah, the variance the variance covariance matrix, and this is the individual variance, more or less, of the markers. So what you can get from that is somehow the inbreeding. So if this is a high number, it means it's highly related with itself, which means there are a lot of homozygous markers. That's how, well, these numbers add up. A lot of homozygosity leads to a higher number, and that means it's an indicator of inbreeding.
Okay.
Or,
So
well,
they-
inbreeding
do
of
they
a
have
marker.
a range? Do they have a range? Or less just to...
Well, they do have a range, but I'm not entirely sure. Maybe I don't know, but it would depend on the number of markers you use. What is the maximum and the minimum of that range? But, well, maybe you have more insights into how really interpret and work with the information you read from that.
I actually think that from the marker matrix it's difficult to say what is the range, Johan. We know that from the numerator the value goes from 1 to 2, 2 being completely inbred, 1 being completely heterozygote. But for the case of the genomic relationship matrix, I'm not aware of any publication where they explain, because sometimes you find values like 3, things that don't make any sense, or minus something, or 0. I mean, I don't know if someone wants to jump in, but I think, as Chris said, because this is not with respect to our reference population, you cannot actually come up properly with the level of inbreeding. But still, the meaning is the same. It's just that the range is difficult to interpret. Probably you can standardize to bring it to the values, to the numerator relationship matrix. But yeah, no, sorry,
Yep.
I cannot add more.
So as you will certainly know, there are different ways, different approaches to scale it. The most popular probably is the Van Reyden approach, because, well, it seemed that this creates something that comes very close to what the animal breeders are used from the numerator relationship matrix. But you can scale and, well, change it in every kind of way you want to, and it changes the numbers. It won't change the predictions, because the relationship between the individuals still kind of stays the same, but it changes the numbers. So depending on which scaling method or which which GRM method you use to calculate it from the raw data, it kind of gives you slightly different information. Van Reyden's, for example, puts a bit more weight on rare alleles that are shared by some of the individuals and give them a bit more inbreeding weight, because, well, you assume if these alleles are rare and 2 individuals share it, they might be more inbred than the rest of the population. But it's a scaling thing. I don't think there's any truth to it, but as soon as you predict, you come to the same outcomes, which is interesting, but it works pretty well. So there has been a lot of research on the different GRMs, and I think today, well, people don't really bother anymore, at least in practice, because it comes to the same outcomes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No questions. No questions. Xiaofei, please.
So this is some observation we have done. I had done before in weight. The prediction is based on the genetic relationship matrix. So we observed that in weight in 4 civil families, the prediction value, we can see the difference among families. But within family, we know that the relationship is very close. So the prediction value is also quite similar. So we are not confident about the difference among the members within the 4 civil families. So how do you think about this?
Yeah, well, that is a well-known phenomenon. So, well, where do we go? Let me go to this one. So again, here you're predicting the family means, and when you use genomic prediction and put marker information on top, well, you get slight differences from these means, but the means between families are still like the heaviest characteristic that you will find in the relationship matrix. So this is, for example, an issue if you do cross-validations. You're having some individuals or families in your training population, some in the validation population. You get really high accuracies, and the only thing that happens is you're predicting the differences between family means. Well, this issue is solvable, but it requires data. So if you really want to see the differences between individuals and have good data to select on between individuals from a family, you just need to add more individuals to your training population. Another thing is, well, if you observe extreme differences between families, very extreme differences, the question that might be useful to ask, it's not necessarily the case, but it might be useful to ask, do we do good crosses here? Because, well, obviously it's easy to select when you cross good and bad material, and the outcome is also good and bad, and then you select. But, well, I would assume in an optimized breeding approach, the families are also going to be, well, somewhat similar, because they're going to compete for the best ones. If you have a huge variation, that might indicate there might be other reasons. Also, it's trait dependent, but there might be reasons why there's a huge variation between families, and the bad ones shouldn't even be in there. But, well, it is an issue, and it only can be solved by more information. However, I think, so when you make this cross here, and you don't genotype, you have to put them in the field to get information. Well, until you have the phenotype, the information is 0. With genomic information, even if it might be low, it's not going to be 0. It's going to be some value to make a prediction. It's an increase of accuracy compared to no information at all. Now again, it depends how accurate is that at which stage. and can we take that penalty on accuracy to reduce the breeding cycle time? It is a question that you can't answer per se. You have to look at your data. And well, again, if it's too low, either don't select here and wait, or try to increase the information that you put in your training model. The animal breeders would use hundreds, thousands, nowadays millions of animals in their training population. And that's what I try to tell you as well. You need to start with 10,000 individuals. We will see that this is not going to be necessary, this is not necessarily required in a plant breeding program. We can still use GS to optimize it at much lower and realistic training population sizes. But it might be necessary if you want to get really accurate information on this.
Yeah, I agree. So that's I think your explain really makes sense. That kind of traits. So that traits is it's not that complicated quantitative traits, and also we know some parentage have pretty good value, and if we cross good with good, yeah, so the breeding family is very good. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let's move on then, how we put that into practice. So you've heard that accuracy is the essential prerequisite for genomic prediction to work in the plant breeding framework and plant breeding strategies, how we suggested. So there's just a quick overview, what it means if you use genomic selection. Again, the stuff that you heard over the last couple of years doesn't really change, it just gets improved. So the genomic blobs, maybe genomic estimated breeding values, genomic estimated genetic values, genomic predictions of cross performance, genomic GCA, whatever you need to use. They are the most powerful surrogate of genetic value. They're the prerequisite for early selection, or for accurate early selection. And again, they are the most powerful because they use all the theory that we heard about before and add this extra layer of shared information on top. So nothing massively changes with regard to the actual theory. There's just more information now coming from relatives that we otherwise couldn't extract. And this becomes very powerful if we have created a training population over many generations, over many locations, over many years, different environments, different stages, and combine all of this. Because if we do this, we also find a strong, good average of the individual across these environments, which basically means the effect of G by E interaction in the single individual location is it's outbalanced, it's reduced, and we're getting a good estimate of the mean performance across all the tested environments. Again, this becomes more powerful when we add a lot of years, always the new training material. I also said that it decouples selection from phenotypes, and it decouples it very well because it uses genomic blobs. And the most powerful way, again, there's no real change in what happens, but we can combine these genomic blobs now in an index, and this is probably the most efficient way for you to do selections, because there's this sharing of information between individuals, there's this sharing of information between traits. The sharing of information between traits based on marker information is, well, it's better than only based on phenotype. So this becomes very, very powerful. So you're going to do very accurate selection when you have a lot of training data. And we have seen that, but I think this is a very powerful figure and very, well, one of the key outcomes of when you use a genomic relationship matrix. This is not GS yet, or this is not genomic prediction yet. You're having, again, the example was you have an augmented design, one single location in 1 year. You're putting your unreplicated material in there, and by including a genomic relationship matrix, you get a huge boost in accuracy due to this borrowing of information compared to if you even within this location increase the number of replications. Eduardo said that when we saw that the first time, and I think this is very, very important. We're still often asked, like, what happens if EIB ends, if we don't get that money to genotype our material anymore and to make that work? Well, again, try to save resources elsewhere. Try to reduce the number of replications you have and reduce the amount of money you put into field trials, at least to some extent, to get this paid. Because you see, having 1 or even 2 extra replications, well, it helps, but it doesn't pay off as much as using genomic information pays off. So genomic selection or genomic data in general is not supposed to be an extra additional cost item on your breeding program. You should see, or you should check how to include it and reduce costs at other points and still get that gain in accuracy and that gain in genetic gain. So most of the simulations we do, we kind of compensate for costs, we reduce somewhere else, and we always get more or less at the same costs, more gain by using genomic prediction. And again, this is not prediction yet. This is a trial in one single location. Now, imagine when you have a training population that actually does combine data across all your locations in the TPE across many years. This here is representative for the genetic value in that location, but what you're interested in is the genetic value in the whole TPE. And by having the training population of material tested across many locations and years within your TPE, the information you now use to select is actually not a one location information, but it's a TPE location. And this is another benefit that you don't see here because this only looked at one location. But if you want to select based on the genetic value in the whole TPE, this again becomes very, very powerful. I mentioned the reduction of G by E interaction just because you have these alleles in your population tested across many, many years and you get a good average. So you can see that obviously in this simulation that one of my colleagues from Roslin back then, Chris Gaynor, the two-part paper that he did, so this information was already there. We didn't have to simulate it ourselves. You can see that obviously genotype by year interaction has some effect. But what you can see here, if there's no G by year interaction, all the lines are somewhat linear. Well, there are some changes due to selection accuracy. There's some fluctuation, but they're somewhat linear. However, when we have a lot of G by environment or genotype by year interaction, our environment we're selecting from changes every year, and that creates some extra difficulty, and that's why we can see here this kind of fluctuation, and sometimes we may gain because the environment we selected in is a good environment to identify our genotypes. Sometimes we drop again in gain because the environment we're selecting in was not really representative of our TPE, of our total TPE, and we're not selecting the best candidates. We see the more we move up to different GS strategies, the more linear it becomes, because we have again all this information from different environments that is captured in the allele effect. The allele effect within the whole TPE rather than the individual phenotypic effect just within a single environment. We're coming.
Can you explain when you just very quick the treatments?
Well, the treatments are just, I ran through this. So I'm not going to go into detail here, but what it is actually here, the black line is a reference scenario. We were working, or he was working with some breeders there, and he had a reference wheat line breeding scenario here. And this is only based on phenotypic information. And as you can see, in both cases, it makes the least gain. So what he then did then is he added genomic selection, and he went from, here red to purple, where Chris reduced the generation, the breeding cycle length. So you would, I can't remember exactly, but you would, here you would select at the same stage like here, which might have been F5 or something, then you go to F4 to F3 and so on, so you further reduce it until you have 2 generations per year where you use like speed breeding or RGA or how you want to call it, have two generations per year, select them just based on phenotype, and you really push your population forward very quickly. So the differences we see here are basically based on the generation, on the breeding cycle time that is reduced. And when we come to accuracy, you will see that there comes some penalty on accuracy, but it still pays off. Now the next stage would be sparse testing, the thing we didn't come to on Tuesday. It's actually a relatively simple idea. It enables optimized TPE coverage by splitting your resources. So again, assume this is an early stage augmented design trial. You don't have the opportunity to replicate your material, and therefore you don't have the opportunity to go to more locations and put all your materials in different locations. At an early stage, optimally, you would like to cover a bigger part of the TPE because it gives you a better idea of the genetic value within that TPE, but the material is just not there. So what you can do is sparse testing, which basically means, in this example, you split it into 4 subblocks. All of these subblocks has different genotypes in there, different candidate, there is no replication, and you put these 4 subblocks in 4 different locations within your TPE. Now, what becomes key here is that you have this genomic relationship matrix to connect them. Because what happens when you use the GRM is the allele or the haplotype becomes the unit of evaluation. It's not the individual anymore. You're still selecting the individual, so the individual is the unit of selection, but the haplotype or the allele is the unit of evaluation. Now, imagine you're doing this without a GRM. What happens is you're having a set of individuals tested in one environment, another test set in one environment, and so on. So the individuals per se are still only tested in one environment of your TPE. You're not improving the information you get on the performance on the individual within the TPE. You get a bit more information about your locations, about the environments, because you have related genetic material, you're putting it in 4 locations, and you somewhat can get an idea about how the different locations affect, the population as a whole. But still, the individual is only tested in one single environment. Now, when you put the GRM on top, what you get is the haplotype is replicated across individuals, which means it's replicated across all these environments. So again, while still the individual is tested only in one environment, the haplotype is tested in all the environments. And you test getting, again, a mean performance of this haplotype across all your testing environments. And this is really powerful, again, in early stages, to sample from your TPE when your number of genotypes or when your material is restricted. Something that the CG is really pushing for are on-farm trials, and that's basically what's happening. You can't put your complete set of material of genotypes on on all the farms. But what you can do is, well, select maybe 4, 5, 10, 15, 20, I don't know, and put them on farmers' field all across your TPE, and then you use a GRM to combine this information, and this is where it gets back to that an early stage trial does not have to be restricted to a single locations. There are opportunities, and they're getting complex. Well, you need to have they're rather logistically complex, not statistically. You have to have your logistics, your structure in shape, so we can do that. The phenotyping probably is a challenge on the different farms, but GS and the methodology, the statistics, it's not. That is actually very, very simple. And again, it's really powerful to get good information already at early stages where the material is limited. Any questions about the accuracy and how we can use it? Again, very quickly, the first way is probably to just use the GRM within an environment to increase that. But if you want to go to more environments, you can use the GRM in combination with sparse testing. And you get, again, an extra boost of accuracy of your genetic value estimates within the TPE.
Generation you want to plant in 2 or 4 environments?
Well, the number of environments is what you define. You could also go to more environments here. The idea is...
But is in the first generation or
it's
not?
also the generation where you want to do it. The thing is just, I guess, well, in later stages, you have enough material. You easily can completely replicate your whole set of genotypes, which also has been produced in many locations, which still is the best thing because you get the actual information of each genotype in each environment. In earlier stages, this is just very limited. You can't do that in early stages. You can't take your whole set of genotypes and go to 10 locations. So this is rather an early stage strategy to come from the restriction or to leave this restriction of one single environment and to test and to sample from more environments.
But that's also what we discussed, right, on the MET topic. There was this TP definition, how many environments to cover it. I mean, those numbers should come from that part. And then, as Chris was mentioning, it really depends on your resources. Maybe you can achieve to move from 1 to 3, or 1 to 4, or 1 to 5, or 1 to 7, depending on how good you can work with your collaborators, the NARs, the amount of money, just using this strategy. Of course, if you're going to use it, please reach your biometrician because, of course, to extract the use of this information, when you're splitting, the material in the different locations, you want to make sure that you are actually sharing the information. For example, that each family is represented in all the environments, because basically, if you don't send any individual from a family to one of the environments, it's difficult to estimate, those individuals in that particular location, because, as Chris said, even though we are not randomizing anymore the individuals, there's still a design because you have to somehow randomize the alleles or the haplotypes in the TPE.
Yeah, thank you. So yes, as Eduardo said, if you remember that figure from Tuesday where we showed how accuracy increases when you test more locations in your environment, the real benefit is when you go from 1 to 2 or 3 or 4 locations, you get that huge extra bit of accuracy for sampling in a TPE. when you want to go from, well, 10 to 15, it still pays off, but it's not as powerful as going from only 1 to some higher number of replications, sorry, not replications, of locations you're sampling from. Yes, please.
Yeah, so this is mainly about to get good perceived performance of the material in the trial, right, in the population. So my question is how the data can be used to train the Genomeassisted model if we collect the phenotype data, we have the genotype data. So probably there's no replication or the phenotype data is not that good. Yeah, I just want to confirm whether the data from sparse is good or not, and use as training to train the model.
Okay, yeah, so, well, if the data won't be great at that stage, obviously. But if you go to more locations, it will be better. The issue that the data is not going to be great because you don't have any replications is a logistical issue, not a statistical, and you can't resolve that. So the first step here is, although the data is not going to be great, we're trying to get the most from it and trying to, well, maximize it. Also, it still will be, well, limited. Now, if this data is not very accurate, basically the genomic prediction model will take care of that. It will, it will have a low heritability, and therefore in the training model the training model will consider that this information is less accurate or less reliable than from later stages. So you wouldn't train the model only on this. It's again very important that at later stages you add more information. Now, some of these individuals will make it to later stages, so their information is going to be updated. The information from later stages will provide you with very powerful information, and this is actually what drives the accuracy of your GS model. So if you, well, it would be wrong to do these early stage trials and select parents here based on only this evaluation of a single year, because for parent selection it's not accurate enough. It is more accurate than just selecting from this, so to advanced material it is still good. And again, if you add a training population for many, many years, it will get much, much, much better, and it might be high enough here to make selections. But you're completely right, the individual information coming from these is not accurate, and therefore on its own certainly not accurate enough to select parents, for example. But again, it's more accurate than only using the phenotype, so for advancement it's beneficial.
But still, Chauffeur, I mean, just compare A to B. What is the training population that you prefer to have, in your genomic prediction model? In A, let's say that this environment 1 is an augmented design, 1 rep, 1 environment. In the B, still an augmented design, it's just 4 environments, 1 rep. So still, it's just that the entries are split in different locations, but actually the quality of these trials is the same. Environment 1 might have heritability of 0.2, the same than the rest in B. So the only thing is that this training model in B has some of the genotype by environment interaction, right? So you expect that your prediction model will address better that component, making the predictions more accurate, as Christian was showing in some of the simulations on the genotype by year interaction being more. Of course, ideally, this is probably not possible in many cases. Still, we're trying to push that. Some programs have 3 stages, some programs have 4 stages, but that actually is not necessarily that you need 4 stages, right, or 5 stages. You could compact all the resources in 2 stages to cover 2 years and cover the same number of environments, and still is being good. You're covering and using your resources in a better way. But yeah, still, from A to B, I'm pretty sure, Chauffeur, that you would prefer to have a training model that is based on B instead of A, since, the phenotypic quality in essence is the same, because they have the same level of replication. It's just that they are covering better the TP.
Thank you. 1 second. We also get sometimes we hear this concern that, well, if we split it and we put it into different environments and one of the environment fails, let's say E1, we don't have any testing material of this, so isn't this a bit like dangerous? So the first thing I think about this is, well, if you have one location and one location fails, you have no information at all. This is the worst case. If now here one location fails, you still have the haplotypes represented in 3 other environments, and you can predict the individuals that you have tested here. So this is actually very, well, it gives you some extra security to, well, the case where you might encounter some natural catastrophes, or the analysis or the harvest or whatever of this yield trials does not work out in time. So this is another advantage you get from it. If something fails, you have other locations to compensate for that and still predict these individuals and make a selection. Cecile, please.
My question was about if you mix the stages.
Is that on? I can't hear you.
My question was, if you mix the stages of for the evaluation, won't you have a different kind of variation within each family to account for? Will it mess up the prediction model if you have some early stage with some late stage material in the same calibration?
You do have that, but it won't mess it up. Okay. It uses it, again, in an optimal way. It takes into account that there are different heritability, there are different numbers of replications. And, well, the family structure, of course, like family structure is relatedness, is the prerequisite for genomic selection. Well, you can go into detail and check how different family structures affect selection accuracy and so on. The simple and practically important answer is, if you have a somewhat close breeding program, which means you're recycling from your population again and again, there is a family structure, and this family structure does the job. So again, you could sit down and write a publication about which family structure does affect which prediction and the accuracy in what way. But the simple answer for breeding is we don't have to bother about that as long as we have a closed system. We don't randomly introduce, not even in the prediction model, we don't randomly introduce any exotic material, any diversity sets, any other kind of crap. We're coming to that later, but keep in mind that the idea of using GS in a breeding program is not to optimize GS. It's about optimizing breeding. And the most optimal GS method is not necessarily that which allows an optimal breeding approach for us.
Just a quick comment. Even, if you are, let's say, favoring more certain families because those are that are more represented in the next stages, somehow it's helping from my perspective, because you're putting more weight, less shrinkage in those haplotypes that in general you have selected, right? That those are supposed to be the best for your breeding program. So as Chris said, even though it's present, that's the case. Actually, I think that's kind of a benefit. It's actually helping us in the right direction. I would let you just keep going, because I think we're getting behind.
Something that the model automatically also does is it gives less weight to old material. So as you move on and you update your material, your training population every year, well, the older material gets removed from the current material, and it gets automatically less weight. So the model does a great job in taking care of a couple of concerns you might have for a good reason, but it just does a good job.
Christian, I have one more question.
Yes, please.
Do you think it's worthwhile to use the pedigree in a single trial analysis? So you showed that with the GRM it's much better, but do you expect like a significant improvement for using the pedigree?
No significant improvement. Well, again, it it will improve it because it improves the family mean, but you're then only you're adding family information, you're making better selection between which families perform well. But the thing is, so if you make a cross with, let's say, 100 individuals, and you calculate the mean of these 100 individuals, that's a really good approximation of your family mean. So taking the GRM on top of that gives you some extra information. It's not going to mess anything up, but it's also not going to add a lot of information because the family mean can be well calculated based on the actual progeny and the thing we're interested in many cases, which is the comparison of individuals within a family. There's no extra information coming.
And I just want to add that, Bert, this single-step procedure, of combining pedigree and markers was not used actually to just think that combining this is better than the markers. The markers is the best. It was developed to cover for the individuals that don't have marker data, not to actually think that this is actually better than markers. Markers is our, best.
Yeah, of course. I was just, if you don't have marker information, whether you should use it or not.
Yeah, well, again, it always will give you some extra information. It's not like it's doing something wrong. It's just a misconception that it might get you even close to something like GS. So again, it's for free if you have the information and you have the time, which is probably also a factor to put it into the model. If you have the time to really check if your pedigree is correct, this is also important. I mean, sometimes we have a pedigree, but something else happened in the field and it's not correct. This might be an issue. Might not be, might be. So there can be a benefit, but this benefit is low. And it, again, becomes kind of a logistical question if it's worth spending the time and the effort getting it in there. It also depends, again, on the breeding program. If you run a pedigree breeding program, early stage family information might benefit from a numerator relationship matrix. But again, it's limited. Can you remove the mask?
Thank
you.
Just to repeat what Christian is saying, I think we do typically see the pedigree increase accuracy if you add it in and it's in good shape and everything over just a blot. But another thing to be aware of is it will increase inbreeding a lot more than that genomic relationship matrix with repeated use. So like in this field trial, I don't think that's really an issue, right? But be careful of it with repeated use.
Yeah, so well, I would in general say we're at a stage now where for most breeding programs, if you reshuffle your resources a bit, genomic selection becomes affordable. There is some issues with that, especially logistical issues that we need to consider, but it becomes an option. And it would be the wrong way to go back to a technology that is 30, 40, 50 years old and introcret that rather than taking what is now there, what is achievable, what has been there for 20 years. It's not a new technology. We still act like it's something very new, but it was well presented in 2000 or in 1999 in the first couple of papers. Rex Bernardo claims he even did it earlier. So it's not a novel technology. It has become quite cheap. There's funding to at least have to create a starting point and make it work afterwards. And again, including the numerator relationship matrix is not wrong. It can come with small benefit, but it, I think, would be the wrong way to now focus on this rather than making GS work.
Chris?
Yes, please. And just quickly, and again, we showed you a couple of other ways to improve your breeding program. Again, this becomes now the question, how do you want to improve it? Do you want to invest the time to make sure you're using a numerator relationship matrix that comes with a little benefit, or do you want to use the time to improve your field trials or your numbers? You don't have the time to do everything. So if you have time to do everything, but if you don't have, the NRM probably would be like a lower rank for me.
Yeah, I have a question, Chris. And I think I have asked this too many times to many biometricians. And it's, what do you think about combining the pedigree information and the genotypic information? Because, you know, sometimes we have genotypic information for some individuals. So
It comes to the same point. You're adding old information where you might have pedigree. If it's new information, try to move to genomic information as quickly as possible. What you do if you combine it is you kind of linearly move the marker information to the older pedigree relationship matrix. So again, you can't really predict individuals. You're getting that extra bit of family information. Again, it's an extra bit of information, but it's in my opinion, it's in plant breeding relatively useless because, well, first of all, it's probably removed a couple of generations, at least in a few years, which means there's less waiting. Secondly, it's only family information. And third, I think, well, it's not much extra effort, but it is an extra effort that, in my opinion, doesn't pay off. There might be people who claim something else. There might be animal breeders who tell you, well, it works really, really well. But I don't think it does pay off in plants.
Johan, stop working. You just asked the exact same question than Bert did.
Good point. Okay, let's move on. Selection intensity. I'll be quick on that because Dorcas gave you this like range of numbers. If we think about a quantitative trait, not a qualitative trait, a quantitative trait, we have these assumptions that, well, our trait in the population is distributed more or less in the way of a normal distribution. And what I did here is just sampling from a normal distribution to end up at the very tail end. So what we want to do if we have a normal distribution of individuals, we want to create and select the best ones, and these will be at the tail end. Now, if you just sample numbers from a normal distribution, you show how likely it gets that you end up in the tail end and how much gain you make when you then select these sampled individuals from the tail end and create a new generation. So something, again, very, very simple, just running a sampling process from a normal distribution with different number of sampling events, which might be progeny, and select the best 10 individuals and then plot the genetic gain in terms of standard deviations. Again, what you see, if you are in the lower range, let's say 0, and this is rule of thumbish, but lower range 0 to 50 progeny per individual for perfectly normally distributed trait. Most of the individuals you create will be in the middle where there's a high probability density. So the individuals that end up at the tail end are low in number. So the higher you get, and this is again rule of thumbish, something like 50 to 300, you're in that range where you're already like at a decent height, at a decent gain, and you're still making some good progress. So this would be something, I think, in the range of the number of progeny you might want to produce to actually screen, to analyze, and the higher you get, there's little benefit from increasing the population size, because going even further here, the tail end becomes very, very unlikely. Dorcas gave you these numbers. The simulations we did that are a bit more complex, more or less confirm exactly the same thing. This is really simple, but we can see that range. And our suggestion here would be, well, if you can, try to be within that range with the number of progeny you create. And don't use genomic selection to, I don't know, make 800 individuals per cross, and then genotype them, and then predict them and try to select from it, just because, again, it doesn't, the increase of the program size in general and gain doesn't scale linearly. So, well, obviously you could use GS, you could create 300 individuals, put 100 in the field, and predict 300. It might work, it might be like a logistical thing you might do. The suggestion we have, however, is rather try to actually really try to end up within that range of numbers when it comes to the individuals that you produce and the might put in the field to look at them. So we will see in papers genomic selection is used to address the selection intensity, but, well, it might pay off. We wouldn't really suggest that this is the best way to do it. We would say use, well, the traditional breeding approaches to get to these numbers and not use GS here because the benefits are, again, limited. And on the other hand, the breeding cycle time is, again, the thing we want to target, that we want to reduce as much as possible with GS and make sure that we get a lot of good gain there. So what it basically means, and we've talked about that before, is we want to select our parents at an earlier stage. This is this is from my old work in strawberry breeding, so it's a clonal breeding program. You again have, as in many breeding programs, a situation where you might have something like 10, 20, 30,000 seedlings here. And, well, in a normal breeding program or in a non-GS breeding program, the information you get from these is very, very, very limited and for a lot of traits really inaccurate. So the material you move on from, 15,000 to less than 1,000 individuals here is for a lot of traits very inaccurate, and you would never select parents here because you don't have enough information. Now when you use GS, and again you need a decent training population over a couple of years with a couple of hundred, maybe a couple of thousand individuals, but if you have established this, it allows you to, well, first of all, identify those individuals that you should move on to the next stage. Also for those traits that you can't evaluate here because you have evaluated them here and this material goes to your training population. So you might not be able to predict yield performance, to measure yield performance here, but you might be able to predict it. Not extremely accurate, but more accurate, much more accurate than it is here. And you also might be able, if it is accurate enough, to already select individuals and, well, reduce your generation interval or your breeding cycle time. So this, again, is the huge benefit of GS. And this, I'm going to be very quick on this one. This is a simulation where, well, you can see here per se is phenotypic selection, and there are 3 different ways how to use genomic selection. And over the years, you see that there is hardly any difference. The reason why there's hardly any difference is because all 4 programs use the same breeding cycle time. All of them are recycling at the same stage. Well, the GS breeding programs may be a bit more accurate, also depending on the methodology you use here. But again, without going into the detail, the key message here is the extra bit in accuracy doesn't pay off a lot because at that stage where you select, you will already have accumulated a lot of information and your prediction model doesn't necessarily outperform this. So accuracy is necessary, but accuracy is not the solution to the accuracy on its own is not the solution to the problem we're facing. Again, this example that my colleague Chris did with like going from top to bottom, very early GS, GS at a medium state, at a late state, and the breeding well, the phenotypic breeding program without any genomic selection. What's interesting, and I mentioned that earlier here, is now that if we look at the selection accuracies for parents at the different stages, we will see that the genomic selection programs, which recycle very early and make the most gain, they have the lowest selection accuracy. And that makes sense. Again, we're creating a training population, and we might select here. There's no or very, very limited individual information to select our parents. The further we go down here, the more information we accumulate over many, many environments, and we get a good, well, we get a phenotype which is a very good representer of our genotypic value in the TPE, because we have tested it many, many times. And obviously, if you want to predict something, this is not able to compete with many years of actual information. But again, the trade-off of accuracy versus the breeding cycle time pays off. So although we have a lower accuracy here compared to the phenotypic program, where we only use phenotypes accumulated over many years, the trade-off is much, much, much better, and we're making a lot more gain and much faster gain. So genetic variance is something I'm only briefly going to touch upon. Dorcas showed that, and I think this is a very important thing to remember. A figure that one of my ex-colleagues from Rosalind Gregor-Jans did, and published it in a paper, I think. I'm not sure, but it's. I think this is a really nice figure, because this is where we want to be. We don't want to select a number of parents which is too low. We're going to run out of diversity because there's drift. We don't want to maintain all the diversity, because then we're not making any gain. We want to find some intermediate, well, good point. And again, Dorcas gave you the numbers that work well to be somewhat in that range, and to not be too risky and not be too stable, make gain, but not run out of genetic variance within the next 3 years. Now with genomic selection, what we see is that if we recycle very quickly, very early, and very accurate, or relatively accurately, the issue of running out, well, there are a couple of years missing, 10, 15, 20s. The issue of running out of genetic variation, or genetic variance, not variation, then does become an issue. The thing we all have been concerned about in traditional breeding, where we have long breeding cycles, with very short breeding cycles in a foreseeable amount of time, becomes an issue. So first thing important here is, I don't think any of the programs we're working with is here. Most of them are probably here. So it's not a very pressing issue at the moment, and we don't have the optimal solution to that. A solution that worked well, as you can see here in these lines, this is all genomic selection, but Eduardo just used in these simulations here a higher number of parents, which then basically increased the effective population size, or reduced inbreeding. We had more, well, we maintained more variation in our pool. We combined that a bit more, and the issue of running out that quickly out of genetic variance is not happening anymore, just by adjusting the number of parents a bit, increasing it a bit, making a couple of more crosses. It's certainly not the optimal solution. Again, we're still looking for that, but it is something that is easy and works. Maybe, Eduardo, you want to comment on that, because you did that simulation, or is everything covered?
Yeah, maybe just to clarify, because so all these are recycling the exact same number of parents. The problem is that, of course, there is less cohorts in the phenotypic, approaches as opposed to the GS, right? The GS has a single cohort that is moving really, really quickly, whereas the others have multiple cohorts. I think in this case there was 4 or 5 cohorts moving. So there is basically 5 times more genetic variance, or somehow you're reducing the drift a lot in the phenotypic approaches.
Thank you. And well, these are the 4 components of the previous equation. Again, accuracy is like naturally addressed by GS because we have this extra bit of information, and then we would like, in the optimal case, to use this accuracy to reduce the breeding cycle time. I would suggest before we move on, let's have a quick break, maybe 10 minutes, get some coffee, and then, well, how much time do we actually left? I'm not sure now if my
We
my
still
watch
have
is...
like
Pardon?
1 hour, hour and a half. How
1
much
hour
do
and
you
a half,
think you
that's
need?
a lot of time. You didn't ask enough questions.
Okay,
Um,
then that's fine. Let's
yeah.
take until 11.
Exactly. Let's
the break.
have 10 to 15 minutes break because we still have a decent amount of time.
Good.
And yeah, can we
Mokhtar,
also answer after the break?
Yeah, exactly.
Right now, break, and we answer immediately after the break. We got 10 slides left and 1 hour and 20, so a lot of time for questions. Let's start with your question then, Mukhtar.
Yeah, now it works. So my question was, for example, for potato, we have some issue to define like the male parent and the female parent, because some, I don't know, will have a lot of flowers, some will have a lot of pollen, and in the early generations, we don't have enough information. So I was just wondering if it makes sense. I mean, that's a two different topic maybe, but if it makes sense once I select my parents to separate them in, let's say, 2 pools depending on their genetic distance. Saying, okay, this one will go to my female, this group would be my female parents, and the other one would be like the male parents. I don't know if it makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Well, that's a complex question, because it basically, the question, should we move from a one-pool program to something that is, well, more or less the structure of a hybrid breeding program?
But just at the moment, I'm selecting my parents, not like having 2 pools, but just I select my parents, there are 40, and I just check the genetic distance of those 40 and say, okay, 20 will be female and 20 will be male parents, and I make my crosses.
Yes, but this is the structure of a hybrid breeding program.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, well, again, the question is, would it make sense to move from a one-pool breeding program, from one-pool clonal breeding program to a hybrid clonal breeding program? I had a very, very long discussion yesterday with Zhao Fei. I won't be able to answer this here, but, well, with the short answer is both is possible, and I would assume Marley probably has a couple of comments on that. Well, I stop here and let you answer.
Yeah, I don't think this is that relevant. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks.
No.
Yeah, I don't think this is that relevant to the topic at hand. It's more about your selection value or unit. So you're just asking, like, what if I take my parents and separate them by distance and continue? You're asking what would happen if I separated my parents by their genetic distance and just continued, like into 2 separate pools or within one?
Not really pools.
Mm.
I mean, I'm doing one pool breeding. I just select my parents in the early stages.
Mm.
Because once I select, I have 40 parents, but I don't know which one would be male and which one.
All right.
So I'm just saying with those 40, just say, okay, I will just, because I have the genotypic data,
Yeah.
just calculate the genetic distance.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
No, I think. Sorry. I think that's possibly a way that might end up preventing inbreeding, but we've never tested that exact thing. It probably won't help you that much to harness dominance exactly. It might. And potatoes specifically, we're going to check in with you one-on-one. Sorry, we owe you that meeting a long time back. Yeah. But I don't think that's that relevant to the general application of GS for now. So maybe I can touch base with you later. That's okay. Sorry, Mukhtar. Thanks, Christian.
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, in short, the obvious challenge with clones is that you have to balance your additive and your dominance component, ignoring epistasis for the moment. So you want to make additive gain and increase the frequency of good additive alleles in a homozygous state. At the same time, you want to maintain, keep, or maybe increase heterosis, which is heterozygosity. And these two things are kind of they go in different directions. So if you want to increase the one, you're going to reduce the other. So the short answer is, whether you want to, well, continue with one pool or to improve both components at the same time, or you're going to a hybrid like breeding programs. In any way, genomic selection can help you, or genomic information in general can help you to better balance the improvement of additive and dominance information or performance at the same time than any phenotypic program. However, the question I think that you asked, well, might not be relevant for here, but for the implementation of GS becomes very, very specific. And there is an answer to it, but again, Xiaofei and I yesterday talked for an hour. So although we got a good bit of time, that won't be enough. Any other questions for the moment? No questions. Okay, let's move on then to how we would actually apply, or how we do suggest you would apply what we've learned so far in a plant breeding program. Again, I think that the literature that is out there is often very confusing. It's suggesting different things. It sometimes suggests things that we would not suggest. This is our approach. It doesn't mean that it's the best, the perfect, the optimal approach. But again, we have invested a lot of time in running simulations, discussing that with breeders, with some guys from industry. We had discussions internally. So it might not be the best one, but we think it is a good way to approach GS and start using it in your breeding program. Again, because it's an introductory presentation, it's a bit superficial. It won't help you, for example, to go into the details of a question like Mokhtar asked, but it's like it works similarly. It works relatively similar for different breeding programs on this high level. Now, if you want to start from a completely phenotypic program, phenotype-driven program to using GS, the first thing we would suggest is doing this. Making use of improved accuracy, not doing actual genomic prediction, but using, well, you might call that genomic-assisted selection. Imagine you're in your first year genotyping early stage material. You have the genomic information for that. You collect the phenotypes. And again, it's the third time we see that by sharing the information within that trial between individuals, you gain a lot of accuracy. Now, the nice thing is you can't really mess things up here. You can use your marker information, you calculate a GRM, you put it on top, and you get better predictions of these individuals compared to when you would only use a single replicates in your augmented design. Now, if something goes wrong during the genotyping, if you, I don't know, mix up samples, if you figure out it didn't work, you just don't use it. You just remove it and wait until the next year. There is no necessity to use a GRM at that stage. It is like probably a nice starting point to check if the logistics work. If you don't get it working, there's no disadvantage compared to what you did before. You can, well, get used to all the things associated with it, which is taking samples, sending samples, analyzing the samples, making the predictions or having the predictions done, everything that has to be done within probably a relatively short amount of time. So again, if this is the first year, you're genotyping early stage material and you're messing it up, there's no, well, besides the economical consequences that come with it, which it costs some money, there's no negative impact on your breeding program compared to before. Now, when you do that, we actually, if possible, would suggest that the second step is this sparse testing approach in like early testing stages. Again, because you can get the same benefits here, but you're not sampling in only one or maybe two locations anymore. You're sampling and testing in a couple of more locations. It's still comes at very low risk, because even if you don't have a GRM here, you're still testing your individuals once within the TPE. You're testing at different locations, though there's obviously there are different effects of the location you're testing in that might become a bit of an unfair comparison. You can, to some extent, probably, if you have some checks in there, which you will correct for it. But again, you're not really going to mess anything up. If this fails, you still have each individual tested in one environment of your TPE, and you can make a selection based on that. And these two things are, well, they're important to improve your accuracy and to make sure once you actually do move to genomic prediction, you have a good training population. So you would do that over a couple of years. Let's say maybe 3-4 years until you can start thinking really about reducing the breeding cycle time to a stage where the information is very limited and where you would use this predicted information. And again, the nice thing of that is you're already using some benefits of the genomic information. You're slowly building up your training population over a couple of years or seasons. You're creating the foundation for good prediction accuracy. You can't mess anything up, and then you go to the actual interesting bit where you now have a decent training population, and you start checking where it makes sense to reduce the breeding cycle time, to which early stage we can go to make our selections. Now, this is obviously a stage where you can mess something up, because if this is not powerful enough and you're making predictions here and they're not very accurate, remember this ratio of accuracy and the breeding cycle time. So when you come to that point, you should make sure that your routine of genotyping, sending the samples, analyzing, and so on, that this is well established, that this is already working pretty well, and that's a standard procedure of your breeding program. And you would have done probably something like backwards prediction. So let's assume we have something like four generations or four years of a training population. You can take the first 3 years, try to predict the last year, which we already have phenotypes on, and then check how well it works and at which stage it makes at this moment sense to go to. And again, that's how we would suggest you do it. Again, the two key players, the accuracy that you can optimize, and then in the final stage, making use of the breeding cycle time. Any questions regarding this, or any concerns or suggestions, contradictions? Yes, Borja, please. Do you have a microphone?
Can we add the data from product development testing, with
Yes.
the data? So can we feed into the training sets there?
Absolutely. So the training model is all the data you generate here. It might be this one. It depends on if there's actual data, but the really important and accurate data that you want to put in the model comes to later stages where you have many locations, many years, where you have hopefully all your traits evaluated extensively, and this moves on as long as you get data. So I said that before already, if the data gets outdated, the model doesn't really consider it. It doesn't put much weight on it anymore. So even if the data at a very, very, very late stage might not be representative anymore, the model takes care of it. So there's nothing wrong with going on. Well, it's questionable if you would put data from 20 years ago in there, I don't know. But again, then the model puts less weight on it and handles it. So, well, there's optimization ways to it, but again, when you started and when you have not anything at the moment that is very well established, I would just, well, very important to always add every year, but just add from your breeding material here, all the breeding and testing material you have to the training population, and that is, well, the practically best strategy.
So there is any rule of thumb for, any recommendation that how old data is not too old to be included in the training population?
Maybe there is, I don't know. What we do in these simulations, or what I did and Chris did in his simulations, is we just edit. So you had a breeding cycle, breeding length of 20, 30 years, and there was no disadvantage from that. But you have to consider that we assume a closed breeding program. At least in the simulations, it's always related material and there's no introgression. So if you, I don't know, 20 years ago have data, but you introgress something and that changed your genetic material, it might not be the best material anymore. There are probably ways to optimize it. Maybe anyone here has ideas about rule of thumb, but there's nothing wrong with just adding, as long as it is more or less closed, because, again, the model gives less weight to old material and takes care of that.
I performed some simulations to try to identify how many generations in a closed system, and like for 20 breeding cycles. And actually there is no much difference. Like if you have at least 3 generations, and then I call grandparents and offspring, that we can call any, like whenever. So you have like at least 3 generations, it's enough. Or 20 generations can be. The problem is like to maintain this data set, also the computer demand to run the analysis and so on, then I could identify 3 generations enough. But another important point is how to update the training set based on like the ERI, germoplasm, and so on. Like it would be like important to have like samples like higher than 800 individuals at least. Bring this kind of information to keep the accuracy for a long time. That's just like some numbers. Of course, it might vary according to the breeding program, trait, and so on. But yeah, as you asked, some ideas, some 3 generations and like 2 SNP chips, like can help you to keep the accuracy for a long period. That's all.
Thank you for confirming. So, well, the numbers are obviously, we're coming at the end to the training population. The numbers are something that everyone always asks and wants to know. There's no general answer to that. The most general thing we can say is you can make it work in a beneficial way with a few hundred individuals added every year. But again, there's this ratio between accuracy and the generation or the breeding cycle time. So assume you're selecting, just assume at the moment you're selecting your parents phenotypically at this stage. If you want to do GS and you add a few hundred individuals every year, it might not be accurate enough to select your parents here. But it might be accurate enough to improve that ratio of accuracy and the breeding cycle time to at least select 1 year earlier or maybe 2 years. It becomes then a mathematical question that you have to do in your breeding program. We can't tell you 300 individuals and it will work. But, well, again, I mentioned the animal breeders tell you 10,000 individuals. This is not what we need. We can make it work. We can get economical benefits and more gain. Well, either economical benefits or more gain at the same cost with GS, even with relatively small breeding training populations. If it goes down to 20, 30, 50, there's obviously a limit to it, and that might not be enough. There might still be this benefit, But, well, this increases costs. We only have a small increase in accuracy. Does that pay off with a very low number of individuals every year added to your TP? Probably not. But if it's in a reasonable range, again, a few hundred, Roberto mentioned these 800, which I think for a lot of breeding programs is doable, not for all of them, but for a lot. And this does a job and can allow you to really shorten the cycling time. Keith, please.
An issue related to this, which is certainly the case in the CIMMYT wheat program, but maybe in other programs, is now with this new definition of product profiles, what's happening in the wheat program is we're going down from a big program into lots of little programs. And so at the moment, this will be the first year that there's any data on the shrunken programs. So then it becomes, how do we use the old data effectively? Because it's a much broader range. I mean, we can take data from trials that are specific to the environments that match those product profiles, but still there's a much wider suite of germplasm. And then, do you have any ideas on that? I mean, we're currently trying to think about that and how many years to go back, what exactly to use in the data. Do we try and reduce take away lines that are obviously, or take away a chunk of germplasm that's obviously not well adapted, but that's quite arbitrary. I mean, that's a bit of a subjective choice.
Yeah. Well, I remember we had that discussion in one of the QG meetings, and my understanding was you wanted to look at it, so I'd like to give pass that question back to you.
Okay.
I don't know. Like, let us know if you have an answer to that. The safe thing, I guess, would be just start from scratch because you're not going to mess anything up. And as Roberto said, 3 generations, 3 years, 3 units of material in your training population already do a really good job. So you're not going to lose a lot of time, I would assume. I can't guarantee you. This, I would assume, is a safe thing to do. There might be other ways to optimally figure out which data works best for which pipeline. That's obviously more cumbersome. So, well, the question would be, it's probably better, but do you have the time to do that? Do you have the time to analyze it all, put it together to the pipelines, and come up with a useful conclusion here? And, well, how much better it is, I honestly don't know. I think both approaches are valid, starting from scratch again or trying to identify what data works best with which pipeline, but what pays off more in terms of your time, I don't know.
Well, I guess since we had that previous discussion, that the time issue has changed in the sense that it would be nice to do the overall study, but the selections are happening in May.
Okay.
So that's...
Do we have a microphone here?
Would it be valid to look at the current population and see what the relation is to some parents in the old population, and then see again which TPEs would fit? Because, you know, I think as been covered earlier, it is critical that the material is tested in the right TPE, right? Otherwise, you'll lose that connectivity to the current selection cycle, right? So,
yeah.
Is that an option though? If you know exactly which parents were used from, are related to what was used in the old populations, and then basically create a subset in your data from those parents, from the right TPEs, and then use that as the basis for reference for
that is
calculations.
kind of the discussion we had, that this would certainly work if you have, well, the time to do this analysis and figure out which set works best for which new TPE. So to, well, quickly repeat what the discussion was. Currently, my understanding, the CIMMYT maize breeding, wheat is like one big program, in this case, serving one market segment. Now the segmentation into different market segments come, and we're having one pool, and we're trying to figure out how do we use data from this single pool that served a single market segment, which now has to be split into different ones with different environments, which might be new target populations of environments and so on. So was that correct?
Yeah, that's so the material was, it's a single breeding program, but then when it's tested in different environments, and then that material is taken forward in those environments.
Yeah,
but it always comes back to the crosses being the same program.
So, well, it's a complex question. I think what we discussed and what also you suggested is a reasonable way to do that. But someone has to do it. You said the selections have to happen in May. I don't think it's a statistical problem. It's rather a logistical problem here. And sometimes, as I said, GS shouldn't be like, our breeding programs shouldn't serve GS, but vice versa. We should try how to fit it in a way that we benefit from it in our breeding program at the moment the most. And that might not be the optimal statistical way or the optimal usage of the material, but it still will probably be better than what we did before.
Yeah, thank you. I was also bringing up I don't know if other programs are having the same changes in CG that we're having, but.
Yeah, I don't know either. Maybe, well, Roberto, do you have any experience with going from one pool to one TP, from splitting this pool into different TPEs, market profiles now? Is Eri facing something like that?
Usually when you consider the simulations or how to manage the breeding programs, we consider that there's no overlap across breeding pipelines, and each breeding pipeline has a well-defined TPE. So yeah, we don't consider this.
Okay,
I didn't try.
Thank you. Well, but also that raises an important point. Well, if you can identify these TPEs at the moment, then, well, that's a good starting point, but then you strictly have to split them and not merging in the future anymore, because it could give you wrong information from other TPEs. It always sounds a bit like, well, it's still related material, we have it tested somewhere else, it's still information, but it's misleading information, and we have to be really careful about keeping, well, our breeding program more or less closed, and also keeping our TPE closed and not putting other information in from different TPEs. It might work, but the chances that it doesn't or it makes it worse are high.
May I add something? Probably,
yes,
like in the first like cycles of selection and recombination, it might not be so difficult to combine, but after like selection and recombinations, I guess we are going to see some like divergency between breeding pipelines, and so it will become like almost impossible, or at least not recommend to do that. So you select specific materials to specific TPEs, and then that's my perspective.
Thank you. Boja, please.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is the issue in wheat program, and we are on the very beginning of separating into different market segments and different pipelines. And we started last year based on the data that we got from Mexico, different managed environments. So it was based on the traits, not necessarily based on the genetic distance. We did not bother with that one because we didn't see any differences among the diversity was not that high to see different groups. So we use different criteria such as disease, for different market segments, and maturity, height, some pretty easy traits. So we started that last year, but still we have more materials coming up from the previous single breeding program. So this year, next year, still we'll have the same issues separating. Now we have, we have tested in the same together, so they should be separated into different pipelines again. And next year again, and from after next year, we'll have the yield trials for different market segment, separately. So we are in that direction. But as Keith mentioned, the challenge this year is still to assign those lines that are coming from the previous program into different segments and create the crossing block.
Yeah.
I think we need to,
Yeah, well,
still
I think that's
a challenge.
Yes. So, did you want to comment on that, or do you have a question?
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment also that I think, I mean, even if you don't change your TPE, I mean, if you want to use very old data in your training set, yeah, the TPE can also drift, no, with climate change, sorry. I mean, if it's like data of 20 years old, that can also have an impact.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I don't know what is a good cut. The model takes care of it to some extent. It might be misleading information, but it gets weight. It gets a very little weight to the whole prediction in the changed or new TPE. So I think this wouldn't be a big issue as long as you continue constantly updating the model and have new data. But I'm not sure. I don't think it's going to make, as Roberto said, it's not going to make a huge difference just because of the weighting bit of old data. This certainly can be optimized, Bert. If you have time to optimize it, feel free to do it and write a manual for us. But again, I think it won't make a big difference. And, well, most breeding programs are far away from these 20 years of data anyways. So at the beginning, it's just like try to get data. And Boja, I mean, well, it's complicated questions. I don't have a good answer for that especially not without looking at the data. Sometimes I think we have to take some approach and we might overcomplicate things. I think done is better than perfect. We're not going to find the perfect solution anyways. Again, something like this, you say, okay, now we stop, we're not using the old data anymore. We start from scratch for 2 or 3 years. It's a solution. It's going to solve the problem in short term, and we're back on track in our single TPEs. It's a valid solution. If you have the time to analyze genetic correlations, the performance of material in different TPEs, allocate them to training populations, make use of that data, add the next generation that are still coming to the sets. Yep. Again, this is probably better if you do it properly and if you have the time to do it properly. But do you have the time? Do you have the resources to do it? That's another question. And again, yes, Eduardo, please.
And again, I hope it's clear that the GS is just to improve an optimized breeding scheme. Going back to the question on TPE, how do we do it? That's why we put this at the end of the pyramid, because we first optimize, have a clear breeding strategy, and GS is not going to solve the rest of the issues. If there's no clarity on the targets, on the TPEs, etc., this will not do it. And just trying to overcomplicate GS because we didn't take some steps back and try to fix, our targets. Just to keep that in mind. It will not solve.
Yeah, thank you.
I was thinking that probably we want to achieve a high genetic gains and respond the TPP. Probably we are talking about a specific adaptation, right? So, and the most, probably we need to run in the breeding population in the hub, in the target environment. There are not other ways to respond immediately, and also to have all this information. I talk this because in the case of potato, where tester environment is in Peru, and we usually predicted this environment, use it like a prediction in order to send our elite materials to Asia, for example, right? So probably we need to move some kinds of breeding programs in target environments, in the tester environments in other countries. So because probably this don't work very well,
Yeah.
I think now.
Well, I mean, this is not a GS question.
Yes.
This is a TPE question on how to optimally test the material. GS cannot predict material in an untested environment, but Eduardo is really looking to answer this question.
I really want to add, because it's exactly the same question or the comment that I was saying.
Eduardo, this is a change everything about the strategies.
But what we're trying to focus is that this discussion is about GS, and then let's have the discussion on TP maybe later, or we can just sit together. But we're just trying to emphasize that if your breeding strategy works because you have genetic correlation between your testing environments and the environments of your TPE, you know, where your farmers, your stakeholders are, if that works, GS will work. If your breeding strategy doesn't work because there is no correlation, GS also will not work. That's kind of the message. So maybe we can later, you know, after the session, while we are just walking around during lunch and also during the little trip that we'll do, you know, we can have some chats together about your specifics, your breeding strategies, your concerns. But just to make clear, you know, this GS differentiation, GS it will just allow you to recycle earlier or more accurate. It will not solve, you know, other issues like proper targeting or, you know, proper genetic correlation between TP.
Yeah, so something that is, well, somewhat to low degree related to that is an advantage that also comes with it. Well, you know that if you put material in the field and you want to screen for disease resistance, if the disease doesn't pop up in a certain year, there's no information, and that makes selection hard. So something that you could do, predict from one environment to another, is, for example, you have a certain population, part of the population in the greenhouse, you infect them with, I don't know, any strains or something of the disease you want to select for, and then you have a good training population for disease resistance there and can predict that into the field. And probably between the infection in the greenhouse and between the infection on the field that is not happening within that year, there's a decent correlation to select on. So this kind of prediction from one environment to another works decently well. However, if you don't test material in China every year and you want to predict from Peru to China, this is not going to work because you need to train your model on how it works in China. And again, GS can help with this process and optimize it, but this is not a GS question, it's a TPE question.
Can you go back to the slides in which you have the different cycles? It's from the beginning of today's presentation.
The beginning?
Yeah, because you had when you were defining the cycles, and we have the different one cycle, yes, until we went into.
That was another presentation, another.
Yeah, okay. It's just to figure out the numbers in which, or the exact part in which we can do the genotyping and phenotyping, and it's just to have in my mind the numbers that we need to achieve or to have money to genotype. So if I'm doing it each year at the end of the small cycle, not the entire cycle that you had here. So it means that I'm doing it for the entire 4,000, 10,000 populations, or I can have like a small sample for that, not to do genotyping on the 10,000.
Yeah, I mean, if money is becoming an issue here, I'm sure that reconsidering the breeding program structure as it is at the moment gives opportunities to accommodate for that and allow all genotypes to be genotyped. If this is a logistical problem, that's obviously becoming something different. If this is not, so, well, start differently. Optimally, you genotype and phenotype as many as possible. So if you have 4,000, optimally, you genotype and phenotype 4,000. If you can't do that, if you really cannot do that, if you check all different like possibilities, you might have to reduce some costs somewhere else. If the logistics are not, can't be put in place because you don't have, I don't know, staff or the time to genotype all of them, well, a subsample will also do the job because it's a subsample of your population. And, well, it doesn't really make a difference if you create 1,000 and genotype and phenotype all of them, or create 4,000 and genotype and phenotype 1,000 of them. It comes to the same population, training population size that still will do the job. You shouldn't go to, again, you shouldn't go to 50 or something because that becomes ridiculously low. But if within these 4,000, if they're not possible, and you say, well, let's make a subset of 1,000, that's still a decent number and could be done and will do a good job. Again, to figure out at which stage selection then becomes optimal is a bit of playing with the numbers, but with a subset, I'm sure we can reduce it.
But maybe a good way to start, Maria, is that when you start to produce this high quality data, which is normally the stage 1s, that's when you start to genotype. If that's, like Kristen said, it's too many, okay, just take a sample. But in general, it's like, you know, if you have 1,000 in this stage 1 or 500 in this stage 1, that's what you you genotype. That means that you also have now the genotypes for when they become a stage 2 and when they become a stage 3. So it's a one-time investment. Next year you do the same for the stage 1. Next year you do the same for the stage 1. And after these 2-3 years, you have enough data to start running GS, which gives you the time to, you start figuring out the logistics, the databases, the analytics. So after 3 years, basically, you can be up and running GS.
Yeah, thanks. But an important point as well, if you only genotype a part of it, you can only select from that part based on GS. So you're missing out. And again, the question I would ask would probably be, do you need 4,000?
Yeah,
or could you do 3,000 and genotype all of them and use the benefits?
Yeah, but also if I'm going, yes, I can reduce the population at the beginning, or the number of the progeny that I'm doing per cross. But also if I'm going up to stage 1, it's going to reduce a little bit because from like the entire cycle to the stage 1 testing, we are reducing the number of progenies.
But at least even, in the simulations that we did, that was kind of the sizes, right? I mean, most of us are simulating your real sizes that when you get to the nurseries, you are in the order of 10,000, 20,000, 100,000, and then you reduce it drastically to, let's say, 1,000 in stage 1. And the simulations that we're using is using those numbers, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 together, starting to predict a sample of a sample of the nursery, basically when there is a lot of individuals. So of course, there is always a limitation, right? I mean, if you are training the model with 3,000, you cannot predict accurately 100,000. But the thing is that there's still some accuracy. You can still, take those 3,000 in your training population, go to the nursery where you have 20,000, genotype a sample because probably you cannot genotype the 20,000. So you genotype a sample, and then you predict them. And still there will be accuracy. Of course, the accuracy will not be as high as if the training population had more variation because it will have more haplotypes, more alleles, but there is still the accuracy there because there is connection. There is connection, sorry. So I would say also, as long as Christian said you don't go to really, really slow number, low numbers, you don't have to worry about, having thousands or hundreds of thousands. Just whatever your population, improvement pipeline has. If those are 300 in stage 1, 3 years of the stage 1 you start. Well, like it was said, combine stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. These 3 years of data, and when you have more years, just put them together. But just start there.
Yeah, thank you. But remember that the phenotypes are important as well. So if you start at a decent number and the phenotype quality is low there, you then select and you end up with, I don't know, 150 and 25 individuals in the next generations. Your genotypes won't help you because the phenotypic information for the training population that you deliver is not going to be sufficient. Not only the genotyping defines the size of the training population, the phenotyping here is key. Jan, please, you had a comment, I guess.
Oh, just earlier, I just wanted to comment, if you want to use first some screening to eliminate populations, but that's not genomic selection, right?
Yep.
You could use markers to eliminate, see if the traits or the things you want to select for are in the populations, and you can, at early stages with subsampling, you can eliminate populations, but that's not genomic selection, right? So.
Okay, one more question before we move on.
My misunderstanding, but the training population, the initial size of the training population, you need to maintain for one cycle of recombination, or we can improve this with the information of different cohorts? Because I was thinking that in order to improve the accuracy of the training population, we need to try to, how do you say, feed the information at phenotypic and genotypic level, right? In order to advance for the next cycle of recombination, So what is exactly the size of the training population, what we need to
Again, we can't give you numbers for sizes. A few hundred will work out to come up with a strategy that improves your breeding program. But I can't tell you need 300 or you need 1,000 or you need 1,500. The more the better, that's obvious. And if it's really low, it's not going to get very accurate because this Mendelian sampling term, this difference between individuals will not be captured very well only by a few individuals. Now, I'm not sure if I think I heard that question in your question about, how often we need to update it. Is that correct? So the quick answer is you have to update it every time you phenotype. You wouldn't do the act of breeding doesn't change much. So if you every year create phenotypes to make your phenotypic selection, you wouldn't miss out there. You wouldn't make selections without the phenotypes. And it's the same with GS. You need to update it every year. You want to have in every year the most current information of performance of the best individuals in your training population. When you put reference varieties to your field, you're not using old varieties, right? You're using the newest ones as a benchmark to compete with them. If you're using old material, old varieties, you're obviously going to outperform them, but that's not your standard. And it's the same with GS. If you have a population, a training population, which is 5 years old, you're going to predict material that was able to outperform the five years ago, the references, but it's not what you're looking for. So it is absolutely key that with every phenotyping, there's the phenotypic information combined with the genetics feeds back into the model to update it. And I know there was literature a long time ago, many papers on, when can we stop genotyping and phenotyping? How long does our training population work until the model crashes? This is very academic. This is completely pointless in practice. In practice, we need to make sure as soon as we select, we always have to have the best material, our latest reference in the model to make sure we select compared to what use or what is the best at the moment. Okay, let's quickly move on. We have 30 minutes left for a couple of bit of technical stuff, a couple of practical points that very often are questions that pop up, that have popped up during the last couple of years at many conferences that are relatively quickly and easy to answer. First of these questions is how many markers do we need? So this is based on a Chinese canola set that me and a colleague have worked with. We did use cross-validations here because now cross-validations are useful to compare model performance at different marker densities. We use different methods. One is just randomly picking a certain number of SNPs from the whole panel. The whole panel contains 29K SNPs. We use something that is called tag SNPs, which takes like the genetic distance, LD into account, the marker allele frequency. What we basically can see in these results, and what we also would see in simulations, but this is something that you can actually do with real data and that you could do in your breeding program, is, well, we can go from 29,000 to, well, somewhere here, 1,000 markers without an extreme drop in prediction accuracy, just because there's extensive LD in our breeding populations. 1,000 markers will make sure that between every marker and every single or every set of causal alleles, there's some LD, which doesn't break during the next couple of 2, 3, or 4 generations, and this does the job. This is important because this is a major factor to make this economically reasonable. A couple of years ago, we still thought higher number is better. We even thought that if we go to whole genome sequences, this will be the best approach, because in a whole genome sequence, our actual genes are targeted by the sequence, and we have that information in there. It turns out it's not better because of LD, because what we eventually get from these markers are not single marker effects, but haplotype effects. There's linkage, there's LD, we get estimates for huge chunks, and it doesn't matter if there's 2 or 3 markers in this chunk or if there's 1,000 markers in this chunk. The prediction will be equally or similarly good. Well, as I said, you can see a slight drop here that starts at some point, but again, if you want to make it economically reasonable for your breeding program, this tiny drop here in prediction accuracy does not justify extra cost coming with 20,000 more markers or even whole genome sequences. So again, the exact number of markers depends on your material, on your pool. We could easily figure out what it is where this graph drops, but if you go with something that became very standard, 3,000 to 5,000 markers for GS, this perfectly will probably in every kind of breeding program do the job. Well, there's grants submitted to do GWAS and GS at the same time, because that's a nice thing to publish. For GWAS, this won't be enough, because we don't get very close to the actual gene we're interested in. So if this is your intention, submit a grant, get money for a more academic approach, and do GS and GWAS, this number doesn't work. But for GS, a relatively low number works really well. And actually probably in the industry, certainly in the animal industry, people are trying to get down to a few hundred only and impute the rest with hidden Markov models or other statistical complicated methods to have a higher density, predict very well, but most important, have really, really low cost for the genotyping.
Yeah, something quick, Chris. So on top of that, as Chris said, the number is never fixed, because also depends, for example, how much variation you want to cover. Of course, the more and more individuals get into the training population, that number of markers has to increase. And also the longer the breeding time horizon, also the number has to increase. But as Chris said, actually, for the simulation that we have run, where there is thousands and thousands of individuals and at least, the next 50 years, the 5,000 markers make the job. So 3 to 5K, that's actually a pretty good number to just start, and that is even with the complex traits. As you can see in this figure, the simpler the trait, the less markers are needed.
Yeah, so for example, I don't know if you have access to a 50K whatever chip in your species, you could, for example, genotype a reference set, let's say 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 individuals, run something like these cross-validations, identify a subset, and then go to your service provider and say, well, we see that these markers which are on the big chip, on the large chip, if you give me these 3,000 on a smaller chip, this does the job for me, and could you create a new chip for me? You don't necessarily need to start from scratch. If there's already large chips on the market, you could identify subsets and make them work for your breeding pool. Yes, Maria, please.
If they have tried the 1K and it's working for.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we performed some simulations trying to identify how many markers would be useful and also the training set size. And it's clear, if you have more markers, it will create like a buffer, then you can update a little bit later. So we can like skip 1 or 2 generations. It like 35K markers can like help you in a, like buffer the accuracy for 1 or 2 generations. But if you have 1K SNP chip, but you update every year, that's enough. Okay. It's sufficient to keep your accuracy. So what I understand, and what I understood based on this simulation, so the number of markers matters, but the update training set much more. So yeah, it's important every year because when you bring new information, then you can like recalibrate and capture again the LD between markers and the haplotypes or the KTL, so it matters much more than just like many markers, like 35 or something like that. 1K, like the RICA it works pretty well, but it's mandatory to recalibrate and capture the LD between markers and KTLs every breeding cycle.
So yeah, when we say that recommending 3 to 5K, doesn't mean that actually you have 1,000 or 500 or 200 will not work. They will work, they will just work for, kind of a shorter period of time, because you will not be able to capture basically all those haplotypes as the program, gets into 10, 20, 30 years. But they will work for the initial period, and this 1,000 per will last for the next 30 years. I don't know how many years Roberto simulated, but probably for a long period.
Yeah. Just one comment. It's important to keep in mind that we have like an initial number of markers. So I consider 1K RICA, that's working perfectly. But we know when you apply math, call rate, and so on, then we like miss some data, some marker data. So yeah, if you have like a little bit like bigger SNP chip, 3K, 5K, and then we are going to miss some markers. It's clear that we can always have at least a good number, I'd say. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, and again, 1 second. You see this is canola specific, but you see that there's not a huge drop here. So, here with something like 500, it's not as accurate as 30,000 SNPs, but it's much, much cheaper. So if we say, 1,000 works well, maybe do 3,000, that gives you that extra bit of buffer that Roberto mentioned, and it doesn't increase the cost massively. It increases the cost massively if you, instead of 1,000, go to 50,000. 2,000 or 3,000 more might not be a key cost changer here, but it gives you some extra buffer, some extra security. But even with only 1,000 or a few hundred, you're, at least in this example, you're still in a decent range to make selections.
Yes. And another question regarding mostly for how long we can use a set of markers. Because, for example, in Cecile's program, we have like a higher degree of recombination because it's based in male sterility. So it's very like a huge, massive recombination cycle by cycle. So it means that for that kind of program or pipeline, we need to increase the number of markers, yes? Like, if I'm doing the 50 parent crosses and I'm going to say this one is crossed with this one, so I'm just controlling recombination there. But in the ones that we are like have a higher rate, probably we will need more markers, yes?
Well, Eduardo answered that question, and I'll give it to you again because you talked about the simulations and the time range.
You mean which one?
Like how much, after how many years recombination affects the usefulness of the markers?
Well, yes, we did something in beans as well. Like I said, the number of markers, you start to observe more haplotypes, you start to observe not the same alleles, just new haplotypes. So somehow you need, as Roberto said, the phenotypic data plus a bigger set of markers to capture, bigger number of recombination events. I don't think it's the fact of having just more recombination. It's just the fact that your training population has more of those recombination events in the training. What we know is that the more recombination, potentially you can have more gain in the future. But I don't think that necessarily, affects. I would need to think about it a bit more, to be honest, Maria Fernanda. I have the feeling that doesn't really affect the number of markers itself. It only affects the number of haplotypes that you will see, which I guess that also affects that you might need a bit more markers kind of earlier than maybe a program that doesn't have it, until maybe 20 years. Maybe CC will need to have more markers at 15 years, maybe 5 years earlier or something. But we may need to simulate that to come up with that.
So in your lifetime, you won't achieve linkage equilibrium in your breeding population. There's always going to be linkage between the markers and the alleles. This might change over time because of recombination, but this is considered in your newest updates of the material. So the old ones where the marker allele or marker gene linkage was in linkage phase and now it's in repulsion phase. Your new material considers that, and the old gets less weight, and you have a couple of markers. You don't have only, per centimorgan, 2 to 3 markers would be enough in theory, but if you go to a couple of thousand, you have more there. So I agree, I don't think this is going to be an issue, at least not in the lifetime you're looking at. Okay, 2 quick questions. You were first, then Mokta, and then I'm going to run through it because there's 4 more slides, and then 4 or 5 more slides, and then we can discuss the rest.
And please think that you may have questions also in the next ones.
Exactly.
So you may want to think twice if this question, is really important.
Yeah, actually it's more a comment than a question. Like for tetraploid potato, we have developed a marker set of 2,500 markers. And right now we are using it not only in SIP material, but also some US breeders are using it, and also from Europe and India. So it had been selected from SIP material and the University of Wisconsin material, but only those 2,500 markers have proven to work very well, at least in the cross-validation models that had been trained, that they work very well. Generally, let's say, I don't want to say worldwide, but yeah, just wanted to share that with those limited number, many breeding programs are using and are quite happy with that marker.
And if you have a resource like that, you could easily check that in your material, genotype or tests that, more or less representative test that, and then check what the number of marker calls are and how that works, how they're distributed across a genome. Again, these are practical things, but they're less of a concern that we, probably a couple of years ago thought it would be. Well, let's quickly move on. Again, there's not much left. Which genotyping platform for GS? You can use whatever you want. SNP arrays, GBS, whole genome sequences. But again, the best platform for you will be that optimizes your economic return of investment. So this is highly uninteresting for GS. if there's no reference genome, if there's no SNP array on the market, GBS might be the way to go and to start, which becomes a bit of an academic endeavor rather than only breeding program oriented. But if there's a SNP array, go for the SNP array. Again, maybe try to reduce the number and find some for a smaller chip for your program to reduce the costs. But, well, all of them work really well. It's an economical question. Which model? I'll be very quick on that. This is like almost 10 years old, and there's a lot of different models. And there was this gold digger era when there was a new model paper every week, and everyone claimed like this is working better. The short answer is it doesn't, and it doesn't. It's not true that it doesn't really matter, but if you go with the established ones, again, we normally use gplub or rplub, which works really well, which is very robust. The Bayesian people are there which, well, argue that a base B or C works well better and is more realistic. The literature still lacks proof that there's a significant improvement. You can do machine learning if you want to. It also works. It will recognize patterns for you. It might not produce any variance components for you that you might, or that your biometrician might want to use. It's not better either. I looked for a while for a paper that compares a couple of models and shows the results. Now, this is a preprint, and in the actual print they changed the figures and they became less intuitive, probably a bit more information in there. So I preferred the preprint one, but it actually shows, you see a couple of models here that were compared. I think it was a bean set, a bean breeding set, and well, you get all these Bayesian models, you get the gplub, which is equivalent to the rplub. There's, well, this reproducing kernel Hilbert space. Oh, there is rplub. That is probably, well, I don't know what splub is. I don't know what all of them are. There's some random forest stuff here, I guess. The thing is, I don't care anymore because I go with the rplub or the gplub. There so far has not been a model that outperformed it, and I don't care if a random forest, whatever it is here, might perform equally well or not. It won't outperform it on average. So the model, again, you can use whatever you want if you go with the established stuff. If you think Bayesian makes more sense to you and you want to run 400,000 cycles, do that. And if you think, well, the frequentist approach of an rplub that converges and gives you a fixed effect output or something works well, do that. We don't care. You shouldn't care, because as long, again, as it is an established method, it will give you more or less the same output of accuracy and work really, really well. That's what I said, basically. Now the training population. Probably the most popular topic, especially when it comes to numbers. We already scratched on the numbers thing. In theory, well, there's two things we would like to achieve in the training population. We want to minimize the relationship within our training population, so we cover as much of our diversity in our breeding pool as possible. And at the same time, we want to maximize the relationship between this material here in the training population and the selection candidates, because, again, prediction is heavily based on relationship and the sharing of information. Now, this is in theory, because you see already this is kind of counter this, what is it called? I don't know, this not counterintuitive, but it goes in two different directions. Minimizing here, but maximizing there, and you have a limited breeding pool, so what would you do? Our practical recommendation is, and we said that before, just use your breeding material. Use what you're breeding with. Update every year. Don't introduce any unrelated material. Don't put any, any diversity set that you found somewhere in your training population. Stick within your breeding material, and your breeding material will drive your breeding or your selection decisions in the right direction. There have been attempts to create, well, I said that. Where's that point I wanted to make? Well, I'll make it without it being written here. There have been these attempts to isolate material from your breeding pipeline and put it in, I don't know, extra plots, extra environments, have kind of an isolated training population separate to your breeding pipeline to generate a training population and to optimize your selection decisions or your prediction accuracy. Theoretically, there's probably nothing wrong with that because you could optimize this isolated population. You could put bad individuals in there, you could put really good individuals there, you could optimize the selection of individuals. Practically, that makes no sense at all because you're wasting resources. An extra training population is an extra environment and an extra set of resources that you're using for something that you could just do within your breeding program. So, well, I could tell you a lot about all the wrong approaches, but the right approach is just use your breeding materials, stay within your breeding pipeline, update constantly, and use that to train your model. Don't go anywhere outside, don't do anything on top of that because it costs money. There are these suggestions, the best or the most accurate model would include bad and good material from every stage, but you as a breeder don't want to move on bad material. It wastes your resources because it's not going to become a variety. So also you might statistically get this extra bit in accuracy. You're losing a lot of potential, a lot of genetic and output potential because you're wasting your resources, and that's not what you want to do. So if you have optimized your breeding program in the ways we described it, just take phenotypes and genotypes. Don't do anything on top, and this is driving your decisions and giving you a very good, very accurate and relatively cost-efficient way to implement genomic selection and to generate your training population. So again, the numbers are hard to say. A few hundred will certainly do the job and give you some advantage that we can figure out. But that's everything you need to know about the training population in a practical framework. You can, again, make an academic question out of that, and this is valid, but it won't give you much benefit in your practical daily routine that you need to optimize for genetic gain and probably some economic constraints you have there. And that's where the whole presentation ends, and we got 7 more minutes for questions.
Could you return to the previous slide?
To this one.
Yeah, this one. So, maybe a little bit different way to see the figure. In the training population, we should try to cover all the possible haplotypes. So not only the good ones or the bad ones, but also the intermediate ones. So we minimize relationship, but we try to maximize to cover all the possible allele combinations and so on. And we try to maximize relationships. For me, it's like things. All the possible next combinations of alleles are representing the training population. So, because in the end, the idea is to estimate the allele substitution effect. So it's necessary to have all these possible combinations, or at least cover most of them, and you can predict something. So yeah, just
thank you. And just before Eduardo, well, there's nothing wrong with optimizing that because an optimization will give you higher accuracy. But the trade-off again here between that increase of accuracy you get from optimizing this and the time and resources you invest does probably not pay off for you. So, well, if you have a biometrics unit with 20 people in your breeding program, ask them to optimize it. If you have one person to analyze your result, this is not what you would like to look at. Eduardo.
Thanks, Chris. Maybe just one additional comment. Remember that anyways, your training population never has anyways the haplotypes from your current generation. That's why actually the accuracy is lower. If it was like in the GS accuracy that Chris was referring to, that's why the accuracies are so high. Because you're observing the haplotypes, you're estimating those haplotypes, you're predicting those haplotypes. But somehow, as also Roberto was mentioning, I mean, this is about haplotypes. So when you have your training population, it has, I guess, a population of haplotypes and effects. But when you have the newest generation that you're trying to predict, new haplotypes that have not been observed before are present. And that's why the accuracy goes down. And that's also, you know, linked to the relationship that you want to shorten the time between, you know, the generation where you're predicting, let's say the nursery, with the generation where you are evaluating. For example, if you are producing your meta information for feeding the GS pipeline after 6 years, there is a 6-year difference between what you're predicting and the data that you're producing. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with being 3, 4, 5, or 6 as long as it's constant. But the accuracy, you know, will change depending on how far you are. So if it's longer period of time, the accuracy will be slightly lower. If it's 5 years, 4 years, 3 years, 2 years, because it means that, you know, you have kind of more haplotypes, more information, etc. So, yeah, I don't know if that is helpful or not, just a comment.
Yeah, thank you. So, well, we're coming to an end here. This, again, was an overview of like the key steps we think you should take and the key considerations you should have in mind when you want to move to genomic selection or prediction and implement it in your program. It's certainly not, well, a manual you can take home with you and just start doing it. There's some extra support required and necessary that, well, EIB is giving for some of the programs. But I hope this helped to like clarify a couple of concepts and get a clearer idea of, well, the very diverse and often misleading information that you find in the literature, which is, again, academic and has a purpose and has a good purpose and got us where we are here, where we are today, but finding the right combinations of the things that are necessary to be considered for a practical breeding program are a bit different. And with that, I'll pass on to Jan for some closing words.
Actually, we're going to summarize the messages. I don't know if you remember.
Oh, yes.
So this is just 5 minutes, and then Jan will give some closing words.
Then
so
I'm going to pass on to Eduardo. For
yeah, please.
Oh,
you can keep that one, don't worry. So we're almost done. Because launch is already waiting for us. Breeding scheme design, where is it? Seems that it got closed, Brenda. Someone closed them. All right, so we're finishing. Just 5 more minutes, 10 more minutes, and that's it. So I guess we didn't want to close the training without making a quick summary of what we've been discussing during this week. So first of all, thanks for waiting till the end. I see at least 95% of the people, maybe somewhere in the restroom probably. So this is basically what we discussed this week, right? We started with Agnes telling us about good targeting, product profile, market segments, how to actually build them, what are the current efforts, where we're going. Then I share with you something about how to design in terms of, step by step, the breeding schemes, using some of the information that we are learning during the week, and how important was to have the data stored in a common place to actually be able to improve step by step and adopt some of the state-of-the-art methodologies. Without data management, it's very difficult to adopt things like what Christian was discussing. I mean, GS is not easy to, handle it every season for many breeding programs with one biometrician trying, to clean all the data. It's difficult. Probably your biometricians will appreciate a lot if you invest something on data management. And then we discussed, the field trials, program size. Marley was talking about the index, the surrogates, and then Christian was discussing the reducing cycle time and GS. So I just want to tell you very quick, the recommendations and resources that we see that that might be needed if you want to implement some of the things that we discussed during the week. So when it comes to, tools and methods for breeding scheme design, our main recommendation during the week was please record your breeding scheme in specialized software. And for the ones that actually did it, you actually probably, are one step ahead because some of the discussions with the ABI leadership, they are sending emails that they will request actually to have your breeding scheme documented in a central place from now on. So you already did it, you actually already did your homework in advance. So that's great. The only thing that you need is software, specialized software. We presented you an option, but you can also use another one. We also discussed about the realized genetic gain calculation. The recommendation was to implement a connectivity strategy. We discussed about those 2 or 3 or 4 entries, depending on the stage, that you can put in the different trials to connect and be able to benchmark, to compare between your different materials across years. So basically trying to adjust for the temporal, effects, the year effects, so you can calculate genetic gain. You may need biometric support and additional plots if turns out that you have to do this on farms. It might not be as expensive. If you can do it, in the stage 1, 2, or 3, where it's only a couple more plots. But if it turns out that it needs to be, further down the road, then you may need additional plots. We were discussing about trial design, METS, GBI interaction with Christian. The main recommendations was optimize the trade-off between the across and the within locations. It was clear it is better to go across so you can actually test better or sample better your TPE. Use spatial designs. Please try to record row and column information. That is really useful. Adopt the GRM. That will give you a massive increase in accuracy, especially in the early generation trials. And I didn't put it here, but because probably it's later, but when it comes to sparse testing, also consider the across environmental design, not only the within environment design, but across environment design. Biometric support, genotyping resources for the stage 1 might be needed. So just to see which ones probably, require more investment than others when we were discussing about these improvements. When it comes to optimal program size, elite parents, new parents, elite parents, 30 to 50 depending on the cycle time, especially for the phenotypic approaches. If you're moving to GS, we already said you have to compensate because you're actually using that genetic variation fairly quickly and aggressive, so you might need more parents. But for the phenotypic lines that are based on 2, 3, or 4 year cycle time, this number might be actually pretty good. Make enough crosses to sample the variance. So there was a normal distribution. Christian was talking about it also today, and Dorcas as well. So a number between 50 to 200 seems to be good. That might be have to be customized. And again, I know that it sounds trivial and might not look important for some of you, but define the breeding time horizon, because that will really tell you what is the strategy that is optimal for that particular period of time. And get as aggressive as you can. So then, the following days, we're talking about the selection methods. Our recommendation is try to move from blue to blob to G-blob. I mean, if you can just immediately jump into G-blob, I mean, that would be great, but you might have to maybe go through this phase. We already said blob is the best estimate. If you can put the genomic information, it's even better. Then we also discussed about how you may get, with the GBlob, you will get estimates for trade 1, also estimates for trade 2, estimates for trade 3. So you will get several trade estimates, even with GBlob. And the way to combine it, is in an index, right? If you have an index where you combine everything, you can use the desired gain approach, and then you can actually make progress for all the trades. As Boja also pointed out with some of their questions, I mean, how do you combine all of it? I mean, I guess the difficult part is coming up with this D, the desired vector. We talk about maybe putting the product profile, population means, considering what the market wants, your experience, to come up with the right D every season that you are selecting. Resources needed, biometric support. So everything that we were discussing during the week is basically methodologies that you can access through all the experts. I mean, some of them are here, like Bert, Roberto, Johan. Some of them are not here, like Ivnu. Keith is also here. But in case that you also don't have any access to this type of support, then you can reach us. Then we talk about management of genetic variation. Our recommendation, you just have to accept the trade-off between depleting the genetic variance and genetic gain. That's kind of your job, deplete the genetic variance. You just have to accept it. But you have to say, okay, for this breeding time horizon, I'm going to do it in the most efficient way. Because as Dorcas was showing that picture with the cake, you can start with the exact same thing and end up with 2 different results. So you just have to find out the strategy to transform as much as possible of that genetic variance into genetic gain and not losing it by genetic drift. So focus on the lead by elite crosses, careful introgressions, and if possible, also try to split those roles. Even if you, are wearing different hats, you are the introgression breeder and you are the population improvement breeder and you are the product development breeder. Try to separate those type of crosses so you can understand how many of your, budget resources you are investing in each part of those. I mean, it might be that you realize that you're putting maybe too much effort in the introgression part or in the product development, very few in the population improvement, or the other way around. I guess you just have to figure that out. And for today, I think the main recommendation is try to focus first on the classical, aggressive recommendations. Try to make a good aggressive program because that will solve a lot of the issues. Actually, when it comes to GS becomes even a little bit trivial because it's just kind of changing very few things. Imagine that you have an aggressive program where you already have databases, where you already have sparse testing, where you are already using, let's say, blob with the pedigree. Basically, when you're trying to get into GS, it's just putting a different matrix there. Instead of using the pedigree, you just put the genomic relationship matrix, and the program is exactly the same, with the difference that maybe now instead of recycling at stage 2 or stage 3, now you can do it even at the nursery level, so reduce the cycle time drastically. But in essence, an aggressive classical program doesn't feel almost any change when it comes to adopting GS, other than just changing the decision of selecting parents kind of to an earlier generation. Another recommendation, start genotyping your stage 1 entries and adopting fully a database so you are ready after 2-3 years to start getting into the aggressive component of GS, which is the early recycling. So I hope that I'm sure that there is still questions and comments. Hopefully, most of them have been addressed. If not, we're still around today, tomorrow with some of you. And this time I'm going to pass it to Jan for some concluding remarks, unless there is a specific question, comment, or thought. And then, Brenda, do you want to go first or after? Let's close then, and then we can talk to Brenda because she will tell us some logistics.
Thanks, Eduardo. It's always exciting for me to be here when there's a workshop going on and being able to benefit from attending some of these sessions because I feel we have an excellent, an outstanding team here, Eduardo's team, and then also, of course, we have Agnes, who represents Module 1 here, who made that connection to, right, we need to know what we're breeding for. We need to know those targets, those target product profiles. which go back to the market segment. So again, very important to have that connection. So also from my perspective, if you work with this team, make sure that when you share data with them, that it is good data, that it is excellent data, because then the results you get back are of high quality. So it is absolutely essential to focus on the accuracy of the data. We're trying to go to a database decision-making process, and all of what you've seen here is dependent on data, right? So again, it's critical. Make sure that it is in a common platform, that these data and the data collection systems are standardized, and that they're in a central database. So you've been trained on the methodology. Now part of it is you have to implement this theory. You have to implement these methods, and you need to work with the operations team, because they're often the key people to make sure that you can collect good phenotypic data. And again, we need quality data. And this is where it is great to have some biometricians here, some statisticians here, where we need to emphasize that, experimental designs are critical. We've talked about this during this workshop, and talk to your do yourself a favor and talk to the statistician or biometrician before you get your experiment in the field, right? Because they will appreciate that, and then in the end, you're sure that the analysis can be done correctly. And I speak from experience when I reference many of these things, either directly or indirectly. So make statisticians and biometricians your friend, and also then talking to the statisticians and biometricians, since we have a few here, support the team also and help them understand that confidence intervals, when it comes down to advancement meetings, for example, help them understand when they're arguing about the difference between this line that is a 5.6 versus a 5.8, put that in context of the confidence interval, because sometimes it just doesn't make a difference, right? So anyway, help the scientists understand how important some of the statistics are, and that we need to, the more accurate the data, the better the decision-making process. So anyway, it's great. I think really having these workshops and talking about these things really helps us cement the connection between all these different parts, making sure that we work with the module 1, understand the market segments, understand the product profiles that we're trying to design, prioritize them, quantify the goals or targets, and then the methodology, how are we doing it, the experimental designs, and then the operations, the people that need to execute on these designs and methodologies. So really there is a whole connection, and then down the pipeline it also we need to think of the handover to the seed systems people. And so another request that I would make is document your processes. If it isn't documented, it didn't happen, right? And you're really building a legacy system for those that are coming beyond you, behind you. And so it is really critical. One of the values of some of the companies that I worked for, the pioneers, the Syngentas, the Bayers, part of the value of these companies is the tremendous data repository that they have. They have huge databases, and that is part of the power of these commercial companies. And so we're at a tipping point, I feel, in the CG that we're really starting to collect data in large depositories, and it requires some discipline, and requires some advanced planning, and will benefit generations to come. It is a tremendous value that we're building here. So thank you for being here present. It's always great to meet in person. It is so much more productive to have these workshops. Again, I would like to hear a big applause for Eduardo's team. So please give him him and his team a hand. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I will turn it over to Brenda now. She has some logistics information and some information about this afternoon for those that want to participate.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. Again, there's a lot of people in the background who made this possible. There's our dining staff, there's our housing staff, and we have Ali in the background. It's actually, she's new to our team, and she's really done an excellent job, so I want to personally thank her. That's why we're all here. That's why you've been able to get to the airport and back and have housing and all that. I'm very, very grateful, Ale. And when you see the dining hall people, please thank them. So there's a lot of people behind this to make so that you guys can have this meeting. So let's be grateful and thank all those that are involved in the background. And another announcement, we will be going to Teotihuacan, the pyramids, this afternoon at 1:30. We will be meeting at the flags. So anyone that's interested in coming, please meet us there. Please wear comfortable shoes, a hat, because it will be very sunny and you will be walking a lot. Okay? And thank you. It was a pleasure meeting all of you. I won't be going with you. It will be Rosalba. But I'll be in contact with all of you, and it was a pleasure meeting all of you. Thank you. Bye.